All right. How's it going? We are starting the stream. Oh, fuck. Probably not gonna do much today. Not feeling good. Went to my brother's wrestling tournament today. He did real good. He won every single match. So it wasn't a tournament though, it was duels. So it wasn't like he got first or anything. But also Whitehall, also their team won every single duel too. So they did pretty good today. But I'm tired. Sitting in a gymnasium for the whole day really just wears you out for some reason. Like, it's more exhausting than going and pouring concrete or anything. I don't know why, but it is. One thing I fucking hate about going to wrestling tournaments and shit is that, like, you only watch the person who you came there to watch like, not that much compared to how long you are for the whole fucking day. Looking at the door, Bro, do you know, like, most big streamers fucking just have have like a studio that's set up that looks like their room. They don't actually stream in their own room. Like a lot of big streamers just have a fucking studio set up to look like a room. It's like, what? Why wouldn't you just stream in your own fucking room then?
Yeah, for real.
Like, I get if you made a studio that looks like it, you know, was all decorated up to be like a studio, but to decorate it up to look like it's just your room.
Yeah.
Just decorate your room like that and then fucking stream there. I don't know. They probably have a reason for it. All right. I'm gonna turn on a fucking video here. Watch later. I don't know. They probably have a reason for it. This fucking tranny, bro. I'm hoping to make it to master here in like a few days. On Risk. I don't know how long it'll take, but hopefully I'll get to Grandmaster in like a year. Swapping my screen time with Bible reading based. Let's watch this fucking tranny talk about some gay shit,
but like much of Montana,
so we can make fun of them.
Folks in Washington and some folks moving here don't get it or even care. I may not look like the other senators, but I'm defending our way of life with all I've got.
Wix is your platform to perform on. A complete portfolio solution means you can tell your unique story with confidence. From choosing a name and design that fits your vision, to bringing your projects to life.
Face with no digital record.
Ew.
Something weird happened to me at work, and it changed the way I see my country. I'm gonna tell you a story, and to stay on the right side of British libel
fucking
law,
look,
I have
like,
to
look
be
at this
vague on
person when they
details.
were,
I'm an actress
before
and a
they
writer,
fucking
and I get asked to do a lot of
transitioned.
script consultant work. A while ago, I was asked to do it
I
for
wonder
a
if they
fairly
have
well-known
how far
man,
I'll have to go back.
unpaid, on the promise that I'd get cast in the final thing.
Fucking disgusting,
I said
bro.
yes, and I
I wonder if they
worked
cut their
very hard
dick
on it.
off.
I was excited as each new draft contained more of my words. So excited, I didn't realize that we were working
Yeah, that's what they look
face-to-face
like
with no
before.
digital record. Until one day I was told my services were no longer required. The script got made, I was not cast, and the final show still has some of my words in it, completely uncredited.
Maybe it's because you suck as an actor.
The man himself probably wouldn't see it this way, but I felt like he'd stolen my work, and I was pissed. Something weird happened to me at work, and it changed the way I see my country. I'm gonna tell
Your
you a
country,
story, and
wow.
to stay on the right side of British libel law, I have to be vague on details. I'm an actress and a writer, and I get asked to do a lot of script consultant work. A while ago, I was asked to do it for a fairly well-known man, unpaid, on the promise that I'd get cast in the final thing. I said yes, and I worked very hard on it. I was excited as each new draft contained more of my words. So excited I didn't stop to realize that we were working face-to-face with no digital record. Until one day I was told my services were no longer required. The script got made, I was not cast, and the final show still has some of my words in it, completely uncredited. The man himself probably wouldn't see it this way, but I felt like he'd stolen my work, and I was pissed. I love philosophy because we can start with a powerful feeling and think through it to gain deeper understanding.
I don't think you
want to
think
grasp
about shit
what
at
this
all.
happened to me and others, because I bet many of my female followers have had similar experiences where a man took credit for something you did.
No, that's just what females say, bro. Females don't do shit.
And the further I progressed in my research journey, the more I realized this one incident said so much about family and women and the history of my country. So girls,
cringe.
let's educate ourselves,
You're not a girl.
and boys, listen well. Non-binary people, you're gorgeous. Take 5. I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna get wise.
No, they're not.
And then I'm gonna do something about it.
Aw, you nigger.
The first port of call on my research journey was some feminist theory. I felt like I needed some girl power because I know I'm not the only female writer this has happened to. I read a book by scholar Silvia Federici called Wages Against Housework. And I learned that in 1972, a group of feminists in Manchester started the International Wages for Housework campaign.
Wages for housework. Is this what I think it is?
Hook is simple. Housewives do a lot of work. They provide cooking, cleaning, child rearing,
Yeah.
sexual services,
Sexual services, what the fuck?
and therapy to their menfolk, and it's all unpaid, so they should get paid. They work.
They do. They live in the man's house. If they're what? The man pays for the food. The man buys them shit. What?
Just
Are you
saying
a dumb
women
fuck?
should enter the workforce. By the 70s, many of us already had, and they knew that when white women enter the professions, it's usually women of color who pick up the slack by becoming cleaners and nannies. And it also wasn't just about the money. There is a magic trick at the heart of society, and these women wanted to expose it for the fraud it is. Women are told that we are naturally suited to be like ideal housewives. Women are caring, delicate, neat, not competitive, ordered, detail-oriented, child-oriented. All these things, which supposedly come naturally to women, transform unwaged work into a calling of the feminine soul. I'm dropping into my feminine energy. I'm being passive. I'm receiving.
What should I do
I'm being
here?
Provided for. I am getting ripped off! In technical philosophy language, Federici was pointing out social reproduction. In the economy, we've got production, which is all the stuff officially recognized as work, and social reproduction is all the stuff that has to happen first. For example, imagine a 1950s dude named Bert Mansley who goes to work at the Chrysler dealership every morning. Before he goes in, somebody has to cook his breakfast, and iron his shirts, and clean his home, and talk to him when he's depressed, and f*** him when he's horny.
What if the man also kind of works around does some shit around the house too? Aw, you bitch made nigga.
And birth and raise little Bert Jr. so he can be a Chrysler dealer someday, and all of that stuff is social reproduction. And it's all done by Mrs. Mansley, who isn't paid a penny and who secretly wants to dance naked in the moonlight with the girl next door. And by the way, this sucks.
She does get paid for that, basically, though. She fucking... What the fuck are you talking about? She lives in his house. He pays their bills. Ugh, bro. Women sometimes. So fucking...
Sucks for Bert, too. The lonely 9-to-5 grind at the Chrysler dealership leaves him no time to take care of himself or raise his children. That's why he needs a domestic servant/wife. Men aren't the enemy. The 70s feminists were saying that experiences like mine, where a woman does work and a man takes the credit, that's not just a bug in the system. The entire economy is built on that. We don't live in the 1950s anymore. Women work alongside men and we earn on average more than we used to. However, in straight households, the majority of chores are still done by women, even when we're the primary breadwinners. And whilst many of us may not
Yeah, because
be
you shouldn't be the
literal
primary
housewives, we're
breadwinners.
often still expected to embody those supposedly natural female virtues in the workplace. To manage men's emotions, to soothe their egos, to take the notes and fetch the coffee, even though that's not in the contract, to smile sweetly, to be assertive, but not in the way that men are assertive, because now you're being a When I read this philosophy, suddenly so much of my working life made sense.
We're all housewives because no matter where we are, they can always count on more work from us, more fear on our side to put forward our demands,
Oh my
and
goodness,
less pressure
bro.
on them for money. As is often said, when the needs of the waged labor market require her presence there, a woman can do any job without losing her femininity, which simply means that no matter what you do, you are still a
The Oxford English Dictionary defines misogyny as, why are you reading the dictionary instead of bringing me a sandwich? But according to this philosophy, misogyny is an ideology that makes claims about women's nature to justify exploitation. Once I understood the trick, I thought it would be fun to learn how it was performed on other women in other times. So
Oh
I
my
read
goodness.
Eleanor Janaga's book, The Once and Future Sex. She's a medieval historian, and she shows that women's nature
Historian.
has been claimed to be
Yeah.
all sorts of different things down the centuries, and the claims can change so long as they justify.
I would never trust a woman historian.
You can even just make stuff up about women. The ancient Greek philosopher Plato said that women should be kept pregnant because otherwise the uterus would wander around the body. My uterus
Yeah, that's probably what happens, honestly. I believe Plato more than whatever this cunt is. Or dude.
wandered so much it's entirely absent. Aristotle said women have
Yeah, because you're not a fucking woman.
and this claim was repeated for centuries by medieval scholars. And I thought that was really bizarre because, after all, wouldn't it have been easy to go and check? But Yanaga says they didn't start with false beliefs about
Boom.
women's
Beautiful.
teeth and then conclude we were inferior. They started with the politics and invented facts about women's nature to justify it. And for a moment, I thought, well, thank God we live in modern times where we aren't so easily fooled. And then I realized, oh, wait. Yes, we are. Some people say that allowing trans athletes to compete in women's sports would result in more injuries to cis athletes or give trans athletes an unfair advantage.
It does.
But trans athletes are regularly beaten by cis athletes, and even in sports like rugby, they don't cause more injuries than cis women of the same size. People say all sorts of things about testosterone and bone strength that are completely made up because they're doing the same thing, starting with the politics and inventing facts about women's bodies to justify it. We'll say a little bit more about women's sports later on. Indeed, trans people are a huge wrench in this whole patriarchal system. If Mrs. Mansley can become Mr. Mansley, then the idea of an essential female nature starts to look a little bit shaky. If Bert can become Berta and be happier for it, then the idea that women are inferior also starts to look shaky. If they
Yeah, but it's not a fucking thing. It doesn't happen. It's not real.
can both become McMansley, non-binary partners in loving communion, then who the fuck is gonna work at the Chrysler dealership? Take it from me. Never let anyone tell you what's in your nature. The Wages for Housework campaign was, and still is, a provocation. An invitation to realize that social constructs like woman are also economic constructs. What is a woman? A scam invented by the Chrysler Company to get free labor. A scam that I fell for when that man stole my work. Now,
You're not. You are a man.
as you can
You
see,
dumb fuck.
I am a posh white lady, which means that my experience
Harsh white man who fucking has a mental illness. You mean?
of misogyny is completely universal. It's actually the same for all women everywhere, which is really convenient for me. I'm kidding. As much as it sucked having my work ripped off, I knew that I wouldn't even be in that position if I couldn't afford to do some amount of unpaid work. And my race and class definitely impacted that. Women of color tend to get lower paid, less prestigious jobs when they can find employment at all, and therefore are more likely to live in the kind of poverty that means they don't even get to the stage where a man steals their writing. I read some legal philosophy from two scholars, Kathy Scarborough and Kimberly Crenshaw, and I learned that the Burt Mansley kind of marriage, where the man goes off to work and the delicate wife stays domestic, that was mainly a white people thing. Black women have historically worked outside the home in greater numbers than white women. White women are portrayed as naturally delicate, motherly, and chaste, but women of color, and particularly black women, are portrayed as naturally aggressive, domineering, and hypersexual. So much so that Crenshaw points out when black women are raped, they are the least likely to be believed, and also the sentences are usually less than for white women too. So we really can't understand misogyny unless we're thinking about racism at the same time. I was curious to see whether Silvia Federici had anything to say about that. So I read another book by her, Caliban and the Witch, which is all about the witch hunts in medieval Europe and North America.
They probably were witches. Let's be honest here.
I learned that in some pre-colonial societies, indigenous women had power over religion and economic production.
Cringe! And you wonder why all the indigenous tribes are all dead now. Maybe that's why.
Led anti-colonial resistance.
Yeah, and they lost. Maybe something to think about. Maybe that's not the way that you should run your country, is with women running it.
Movements. So when colonizers came along with their mission to destroy those societies and steal their resources, they had to break the power of women. And how do you do that?
Beautiful.
Hunting for witches.
The charge of devil worshipping played a key function in the colonization of the American Aboriginal population. In the New World, witch hunting was a deliberate strategy used by the authorities to instill terror, destroy collective resistance, silence entire communities, and turn their members against each other. It was also a strategy of enclosure, which, depending on the context, could
You're
be
cringing me
enclosure
out.
of land, bodies, or social relations.
As well as achieving the practical aims of colonization, witch hunts also tried to justify it.
Defining the Aboriginal American populations as cannibals, devil worshippers, and sodomites supported the fiction that the conquest was not an unabashed...
I mean, they were killing each other and sacrificing them. So, like, yeah, pretty damn fucking close.
Gold and silver, but was a converting mission. It also removed, in the eyes of the world and possibly of the colonizers themselves, any sanction against the atrocities which they would commit against the Indians, thus functioning as a license to kill regardless of what the intended victims might do. Above all, as in Europe, witch hunting was a means of dehumanization, and as such, the paradigmatic form of repression serving to justify enslavement and genocide.
Later on, in the 18th century, witch hunting was used to discipline slaves in the Caribbean. Black women who practiced obeah or voodoo were keeping their own sense of community and history alive, which obviously made it a bit more difficult to enslave them, so they were also persecuted as witches. What is a woman? A scam invented by white people to get free labor. Or, to put it in
no.
technical philosophy language, sex/gender can be understood as an economic and socio-political construct that determines people's access to resources. It intersects with race, which does the same thing. And at this point, I thought about my mum.
My
I
mum.
remembered her telling me when I was little how a man took credit for work that she did, and how it took her many years to get the recognition she deserved. I thought about my parents and everything that they'd done for me, and I realized that it's not just race and class that got me where I am, but also the love of my family. I was curious how concepts like gender and race plugged into this idea of family. And since I was already reading about pre-colonial America, I decided to read some indigenous American philosophers. Philosopher Kim Tallbear says that in many pre-colonial societies, land was owned collectively and managed through kinship relations that didn't always fit the European family model. Your kin might include your extended and chosen family, as well as your blood relatives. When colonizers invaded, they imposed the European family structure on indigenous people. For example, saying, from now on, you, Mr. Smith, own this bit of land only, and you are married to Mrs. Smith and no one else. Mrs. Smith owns nothing. Her access to the land only comes through you, and if she has anything bad to say about it, then she's a witch. People had
Based?
the straight monogamous Christian ideal of the family to access resources, and if they didn't fit it, they were excluded. And for a moment, I thought, thank God we live in modern times. Oh, wait. This still happens. I came across 2 random examples. Number 1, in the UK, if you're on benefits, you don't claim them as an individual, you claim them as a household. And the money is sent to the account of the highest earner in the household. So because women in Britain still generally earn less than men, a lot of straight women on benefits are dependent on their male partners, which makes it harder to leave if they are abusive. And remember, race compounds this because women of color are more likely to live in poverty. So the family still determines who gets access to resources. Example number 2, scholar Yasmin Nair looked at lesbian couples trying to immigrate to the USA and realized that it can be easier if one of you is butch and the other one is femme. Apparently Uncle Sam's like, which one of you wears the strap? You? Alright, you're in. You're not queer, you're just straight plus a little extra. I also learned that this is becoming more true by the day. I read this, Family Values by sociologist Melinda Cooper. She points out that the higher tuition fees go, the more students have to rely on the bank of mom and dad. The higher house prices go, the more inheritance and generational wealth affect people's ability to access shelter. There's this idea I've heard before that the last 50 years of economic policy have left everybody atomized and alone, but Cooper says they haven't really. What they've actually done is reinforce traditional hierarchies by elevating the economic importance of the family. And these policies were designed to do that. Economists like Milton Friedman and Gary Becker, who very much shaped the last half-century, said explicitly that the welfare state had undermined the natural authority of the family, and by slashing welfare, they would restore the family to its rightful place. When politicians like Ronald Reagan took their ideas public, he said that tuition fees would allow families to exercise their natural authority over rowdy students. It's almost funny. Cooper goes into detail showing that under Obama and Bush and Clinton, people said the family is in crisis. And under Reagan, they said the family is in crisis. In the 60s, the family was in crisis. In the early 1900s, people said it. In the years immediately following the American Civil War, people said it. In England in the 1800s, the family was in crisis because giving aid to the poor disconnected the family. In Elizabethan England, in 1601, the family was in crisis because the first ever attempt to organize state-distributed welfare supposedly was leading to the breakdown of family values. Every time politicians bring up family values, they're always in crisis, and the solution is always, F them poor people, you're on your own. What is the family? A scam invented by rich people to get free labor. And then I got to thinking, what happens if you fall outside the boundaries of the family?
No,
What if-
the family is not a scam invented by rich people. What the fuck is she even talking about?
Your parents disown you, as has happened to some of my friends. What happens if you can't get married, or you can't get a mortgage?
Whoa!
Well, economists call that precarity. Your access to resources like healthcare, housing, education, and immigration.
Well, maybe
documents
it's time to take out black.
precarious. Another way of expressing the same thing would be to say that
Oh, never mind.
those are all things that LGBTQ people can have trouble doing. In fact, if you are queer, not only will your access to resources likely be more precarious, but you'll probably have to do more unpaid social reproduction too. You have to do things like explain your deal to cishet people, fight to get healthcare, recover from queerphobic abuse, do the admin
Queerphobic
of changing
abuse.
your legal status. All that stuff has to be done so that you can keep going to work, and it all takes time, energy, and money. I read one philosopher, Zoe Belinsky, who made a great connection between that and the experience of people with disabilities, who also have to do a lot of unpaid work before they can get a job, assuming they can get one. She says that queerness and having a disability are not just identities, they are positions
What'd you say, babe?
occupy within the economy. Queer people and people with disabilities should get some kind of tax break. That's
Fuck
my
yes.
position, and I'm only like 50% kidding on that. And all of that brings us full circle
Exactly what I needed.
to my experience. I'm a queer woman. I'm doing relatively well compared to many, but that precarity extends even
You're not
to
a
me.
woman.
I had my work stolen. I've had people in the acting industry straight up refuse to work with me because of what I am, even though that's blatantly illegal. Even for a woman
shouldn't
with
be.
all of my privileges, there's no getting away from it. What is queerness? A scam invented by straight people to get free labor.
No, it's... Bro, is this person just gonna say everything's a scam invented by... like, us to get free labor?
And when I understood that, I felt powerless and angry. But because I'm a woman, I'm not allowed to feel angry, so I just say I'm feeling sad. But I was conscious that I had read a lot of lefty stuff, and I was curious. What would conservative philosophers say about all this? So I read them too. I'd heard the lefty arguments, and I didn't want to be too one-sided, so I decided to also read a conservative British philosopher named Roger Scruton.
I've never heard of Roger Scruton. Let's look him up. Roger Scruton. How to be a conservative. Beauty. I wonder what book he read by him. Ooh, is this motherfucker coming for me? Damn! Shit dice.
Scruton is worth knowing, especially now and especially if you're British. In the UK, the Conservative Party have been in power for the last 13 years, and next year we have a general election. At time of recording, a lot of people are predicting the Conservatives will lose, so the big question is, what will they become once they're out? When I listen to young Conservatives...
Oh, is this person trying to card block me?
...this change, a lot of what they say sounds like Roger Scruton. So I think now would be a good time to study him, because this material may be on the test. I read Scruton's book, How to Be a Conservative,
Ah, that's
and
the one that I
learned
looked
that
at.
his views about gender, race, and the family fit into his overall picture of society. He says that a society is founded on a feeling of shared identity. For example, the United States Constitution opens with the phrase, "We the people." Well, you can't have a constitution or laws or voting unless you first have a we. And indeed, Scruton draws an analogy between a country and a family.
In families, people often get together to discuss matters.
Ah,
of
this
shared
fucking
concern. There will be
douche.
many opinions, conflicting counsels, and even factions. But in a happy
This guy's
family,
so
everyone will accept
annoying.
to be bound by the final decision, even if they disagree with it. That is because they have a shared investment in staying together.
Let's see what. I wasn't paying attention.
But in a happy family, everyone
Have a we. And indeed, Scruton draws an analogy between a country and a family.
In families, people often get together to discuss matters of shared concern. There will be many opinions, conflicting counsels, and even factions. But in a happy
Ooh.
family, everyone will accept to be bound by the final decision, even if they disagree with it. That is because they have a shared investment in staying together. Something is more important to all of them than their own opinion, and that is the family. The thing whose welfare and future they have come together to discuss. To put it in
Oh,
the
you
family is
motherfucker.
part of their identity. It is the thing that does not change as their several opinions alter and conflict. A shared identity takes the sting from disagreement. It is what makes opposition and therefore rational discussion possible, and it is the foundation of any way of life in which compromise rather than dictatorship is the norm. The same is true in politics. There cannot be a society without this experience of membership.
This shared membership, this we, is what conservatives should try to conserve, in Scruton's opinion. And it's found in things like the monarchy, the Church of England, certain styles of architecture or art, as well as things like traditional gender roles. Scruton draws heavily on another conservative philosopher named Edmund Burke. So just to flesh
Oh
this
yeah,
out,
Edmund Burke.
I read him too.
Based.
The idea is that traditional values and institutions may not be intellectually justifiable. There might not be a rational reason why we still have a monarchy. But they create that we that is needed for society, and therefore they should be protected from change or criticism. Scruton thinks it's a bad idea to try and change society. It's a wild thing. You can't domesticate it by imposing a top-down plan. He cites a famous right-wing economist called Friedrich Hayek. So I read him too.
I mean, he's a like classical liberal, I would say,
Hayek says
or like a neoliberal, even. Like his book, Road to Serfdom, is like one of the main bases of neoliberalism.
society is a spontaneous order that grows organically. We do need rules, but the rules should safeguard that spontaneous order. So things like welfare, redistributing resources, and social justice, they might sound good, but that's trying to impose a top-down order on a spontaneous system. And in Scruton's telling, that would threaten the shared identity that's the foundation of everything. And so, all that stuff about social constructs and exploitation from Chapter 1, Scruton would say that's completely the wrong approach. In fact, he would say that critiquing institutions like the family and traditional gender roles is dangerous. And I found that a little bit odd, because to my mind, critiquing an idea and analysing where it came from isn't necessarily the same thing as tearing it down, but Scruton felt very strongly that it is. I found a few points in his book and elsewhere where he accused his critics of being satanic or perverse, motivated by virtue signalling and resentment. And then I found an article by Scruton, which I guess wasn't surprising, but which still hurt a little. It was from 2013, the year that my country legalized gay marriage, and he was
Gay?
very much against that. He said that straight marriage is one of those institutions that forms part of British people's natural and spontaneous sense of identity, and by allowing gay people to get married, we'd be threatening that. And he expands on this in his book.
When marriage is rewritten as a contract between the partners in which future generations have no voice, those laws lose their underlying rationale. Hence, by a series of almost unnoticed changes, allowing ever easier divorce and ever more blatant neglect of children, the state has overseen the gradual undoing of the marriage vow. The bond between husband and wife, like that between parent and child, has a moral nature that is not to be summarized in a free agreement. If we allow gay marriage, it will no longer be a bond across generations with the nurture of children as its goal, but a contract for cohabitation, as temporary and defeasible as any other such deal.
Hi, I need to quickly break kayfabe here. I've editorialized this story of a research journey to give the video narrative structure and portray a neutral stance on the material, because I genuinely don't want to tell you what to think. However, at a certain point, being neutral would mean you don't get smarter watching this, you get dumber, because I'd be leaving things out. So look, the stuff you just heard from Scruton is really homophobic. I wouldn't be doing my job as an educator
How is that homophobic?
on this in his book.
When marriage is rewritten as a contract
Whoa!
between the partners in which
What was
future
that?
generations
Oh,
have
no.
voice, those laws lose their underlying rationale. Hence, by a series of almost unnoticed changes, allowing ever easier divorce and ever more blatant neglect of children, the state has overseen the gradual undoing of the marriage vow. The bond between husband and wife, like that between parent and child, has a moral nature that is not to be summarized in a free agreement. If we allow gay marriage, it will no longer be a bond across generations with the nurture of children as its goal, but a contract for cohabitation, as temporary and defeasible as any other such deal.
Hi, I need to quickly
I don't see how that's homophobic. It's just true.
break kayfabe here.
The fuck are...
I've editorialized this story of a research journey to give the video narrative structure and portray a neutral stance on the material, because I genuinely don't want to tell you what to think. However, at a certain point, being neutral would mean you don't get smarter watching this, you get dumber, because I'd be leaving things out. So look, the stuff you just heard from Scruton is really homophobic. I wouldn't be doing my job as an
No, it's not.
educator if I didn't tell you that. If you claim, as he did, that gay people are less a part of the national community, or that they're incapable of forming intergenerational bonds and nurturing children, then that is false and discriminatory. If you parrot Scruton's talking points in class, people will call you homophobic, because it is. And it's important that you...
No, it's not.
So you don't make a fool of yourself. I'm always looking out for you, babes. Okay, back to the story. At this point, I felt like I understood Scruton's position. A man stole my work, and that sucks. It might happen to a lot of women, but trying to understand how my country encourages that kind of behavior might end up threatening the country itself. And having read that, suddenly I understood something that happens to me fairly regularly in my dating life. As all my viewers know, I am single. Because I'm saving
Yeah, because
myself
you're a fucking
for you.
tranny. No one wants
As
to
a
fuck
woman
a
in the public eye,
tranny.
it's important that men believe I'm available lest they feel threatened. However, sometimes I go on dates, and sometimes I go on dates with women. When I hold
Ew!
hands with a woman in Britain, people treat me worse than when I hold hands with a man. Passers-by sometimes give us dirty looks. Staff in shops and restaurants are noticeably colder. But the women I date are usually American, because I have a bit of a thing for that. And when my American gal pal opens her mouth and they hear her gorgeous accent, those people visibly relax. This has happened so many times, and Scruton helped me understand why. People's feelings about gender and sexuality overlap with their feelings about their country. Those people must feel, on some level, maybe without even realizing, more comfortable with an American being queer than a Brit. Because if a British woman is queer, then I guess they are somehow implicated. I went in search of other examples of this overlap, and I found one. France legalized gay marriage in 2013. One of the
Get 'em.
architects of that policy was then Women's Rights Minister Najat Vallaud-Belkacem, and right-wing protesters often brought up the fact that she was born in Morocco to a Muslim family. They called her a new Ayatollah who wants to re-educate our children. So they felt that queerness was foreign. Feelings about gender and family and feelings about the nation, it's all one thing, a very complex web of emotions. Somebody really ought to write a stage play about that. Oh yeah, I did. It's called The Prince. You could see it right now on Nebula. But even though Scruton helped me understand that, there was one thing still bugging me. He's wrong about history. He says society is a spontaneous order, a shared sense of identity that grew naturally and which therefore shouldn't be directed from the top down. But as we saw in Chapter 1, bringing the institution of the family to North America required a great deal of top-down violence in the form of colonialism and witch hunts. The 50s kind of Burt Mansley marriage where white women did unpaid work in the home, that didn't just happen naturally. Women used to be barred from certain jobs, as did queer people. We can walk around cities in the UK like Bristol and Liverpool and look at all the beautiful old buildings, and we can have a conversation about architecture and British national identity. But the money that paid for a lot of those old buildings came from slavery, and isn't that the ultimate example of an imposed order? Bottom line, Scruton talks about this sense of British national identity, grounded in history and tradition. But he's making the history up. And then I got to the final chapter of How to Be a Conservative, where he admits it.
Some have a static conception of history, seeing it as the remains of past time which we can serve as a book in which to read about things that have vanished. The test of the book is its accuracy. My father favoured rather a dynamic conception, according to which history is an aspect of the present, a living thing, influencing our projects and also changing under their influence. The past for him was not a book to be read, but a book to be written in.
I don't know how to read that, except as an admission that Scruton isn't bothered about
It as the remains of past time.
the history up. And then I got to the final chapter of How to Be a Conservative, where he admits it.
Some have a static conception of history, seeing it as the remains of past time which we can serve as a book in which to read about things that have vanished. The test of the book is its accuracy. My father favoured rather a dynamic conception, according to which history is an aspect of the present, a living thing, influencing our projects and also changing under their influence. The past for him was not a book to be read, but a book to be written in.
I don't know how to read that, except as an admission that Scruton isn't bothered about accurate history at all. Just like we saw in Chapter 1. He decided on the politics and made up the facts he needed to justify it. When I realized that's what he was doing, a lot of other things about Roger Scruton suddenly made sense. He wrote a lot of articles in prominent newspapers opposing smoking bans, and there was a scandal when it turned out he'd been paid by tobacco companies to do it. He fashioned himself as a big architecture critic, but actual architects publicly made fun of him, calling his ideas ludicrous ahistorical fantasies.
I don't know much about this guy, so.
Fired from a government job when he made racist comments about Muslims, Chinese people, and spread anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, all on the same day. And when I read How to Be a Conservative, I realized those things weren't just incidental. They flowed quite naturally from his philosophy. And at this point, I was a little bit lost. I'd had my work stolen by a man, and I read that woman is an economic construct that facilitates exploitation for a lot of us. Okay. I was sincerely curious what the conservative response to that would be, but if I've read Scruton right, his response is, step 1, ignore
Bro, you're ignoring reality.
reality. What we have are two totally separate conversations about the meaning of gender, work, family, race, and country. I thought about all the conservative politicians and commentators who talk about family values, and all the progressive politicians and commentators who talk back at them, and I realized that everyone is just completely talking past each other. So why? And then I found the final piece of the puzzle, and it changed the way I see my country. I was hung up on
Anti-Semitism.
Scruton's story about national identity isn't accurate. Traditional values didn't emerge naturally, but some people still prefer
I
his
mean, yeah, they
version
did.
to the more accurate stuff I learned in Chapter 1. So why? To answer this, I looked at an extreme example, hoping things would become clearer if I blew them up really big. I decided to read about some ideas that were really out there, but which had a surprising amount of support from women. So I picked up this. Feminine Fascism by Julie Gottlieb, a history of the British women who joined fascist movements in the 1900s. I was a bit shocked because they didn't teach me this in school, but in the run-up to World War II, there were quite a few people in my country who supported Mussolini and Hitler. Exact numbers are hard to know because they often lied to make themselves look bigger, but we're talking tens of thousands. There were several groups, the most prominent of which was the British Union of Fascists, or BUF, led by a man named
Oswald
Mosley.
Yeah.
The BUF
I was like, his
wanted
name was
to
Oswald. I
end
forgot what his
democracy.
last name was.
They said that explicitly. And they talked a lot about women. They said they wanted to revivify British masculinity and purge society of weakness and corruption, which they associated.
Oh, he's coming after
They
me.
called establishment politicians old ladies and referred to them as misses. Their ideal society was one in which men were in charge and women stayed at home. So they weren't exactly feminists. The BUF blamed Jews for women's problems. They said if we're being exploited at work, like I was, it must be because our bosses are Jewish. If we're being sexually exploited, that must be the fault of decadent Hollywood media, which in their imagination was made by Jews to weaken the white race. That's bananas! That's not true, but a lot of women joined. In Italy and Germany, fascist governments actually came to power, and you probably already know they weren't very nice to women. Women of color, women with disabilities, LGBTQ women, Jewish women, and Romani women were out, and that's most of us. But even cishet
Damn.
white able-bodied gals had fewer freedoms. Reproductive rights were rolled back, and they were barred from certain jobs. And you might think that British women would look at that and go, maybe this fascism stuff isn't such a good idea. But the opposite happened. British fascist women visited those countries, came back, and said it was good, actually. Most bizarrely of all, some of the most prominent women members of the BUF were former suffragettes. They fought for the right to vote, then turned around and joined a movement whose explicit goal was to end, in their imagination, was made by Jews to weaken the white race. That's bananas! That's not true, but a lot of women joined. In Italy and Germany, fascist governments actually came to power, and you probably already know they weren't very nice to women. Women of color, women with disabilities, LGBTQ women, Jewish women, and Romani women were out, and that's most of us. But even cishet white able-bodied gals had fewer freedoms. Reproductive rights were rolled back, and they were barred from certain jobs. And you might think that
I wonder
British
if-
women would look at that and go, maybe this
I
fascism
wonder if
stuff
Blue's gonna
isn't
take
such a
me
good
out.
idea. But the opposite happened.
Oh, that was
British fascist
fucked.
women visited those countries, came back, and said it was good, actually.
They're offline now
Most
too?
bizarrely of all,
Fuck.
some of the most prominent women members of the BUF were former suffragettes. They fought for the right to vote, then turned around and joined a movement whose explicit goal was to end democracy. And I was like, how? And then I remembered something I'd read long ago. The philosopher Walter Benjamin famously said that fascism replaces politics with aesthetics. Instead of letting you control your own life,
Maybe they
it
won't
gives you
attack.
the chance to
Hopefully they don't go
express yourself
boom right
within
into
very
me.
narrow limits. In particular, the chance to express things that liberal society says you shouldn't, like anger, spite, bloodlust, xenophobia, and strength. Fascism sees arguments and reasoning not as ways of engaging with reality, but as ways of asserting your will over others. And if you're used to not getting your way, for example, because you're a woman,
No.
it can be appealing. Instead of thinking through problems like I was trying to do, it gives you something to feel. And Gottlieb
Bro,
says,
that sucks. These people bought it out and now. I'm the one who has to pay for it. Shit.
women in the BUF got to feel excited. The 20s in Britain was a pretty time to be a woman, and fascism came along with a promise of change. A promise they were never going to fulfill, because step one was ignore reality and blame weird conspiracies. But that didn't matter, because it felt good. Some upper-class women dabbled in fascism to shock dinner party guests. We have records of high society ladies saying Nazi shit at tea parties to get attention. Some YouTubers still do that. When they visited fascist countries, they were like, look how ordered the women's units are when they march past at the rallies. They get to wear uniforms. They get to play sports. That's way better than voting. For a while, Mosley was hailed as a sex symbol, which is bizarre because my man looks like discount Paul Dano, but people really did treat him like a movie star. These women genuinely thought it was cool to be part of a racist paramilitary working to undermine their own rights. And they were encouraged to think that. Listen to this clip from The Black Shirt, the BUF's weekly newsletter, describing one of their all-female camping trips. Content warning.
Nothing silly or soft about these women. They are nothing if not practical. And no one had better go to the camp and suggest they're nothing. And the happy, carefree way in which they made themselves at home was so refreshing after one has had their fill of the simpering little brats that democracy and Jewish films have produced.
Huh?
And all that was just the opening offer. The plan for when they won and got to build fascist Britain was that women would be encouraged, not required, just encouraged, to go back to the home where we could use our natural virtues of caring and motherliness to run the household as unquestioned dictators, just as Mosley would run the nation as unquestioned dictator. Finally, people would have to listen to us, and we would be empowered to clean up anything degenerate or unwholesome. In particular, anything that might corrupt our precious white darlings.
Women were figured as the guardians of morality, decency, and respectability. Appeals to motherly protectiveness and their fear-mongering drove the anti-Semitic campaign at every turn. In its reaction to the other, feminine fascism transformed motherly love into motherly hate.
I was still hung up on the suffragettes, though. Surely, they were smarter than that. Well, Gottlieb says some stuff about the suffragettes that I didn't know. The original suffragettes were very pro-empire. They argued that British women should have the right to vote to represent women in the colonies, like India. But the idea that Indian women should vote for themselves was obviously ridiculous because they're Indian. So when we're talking about the suffragettes, we're already talking about a group of women who thought that most people should not have the right to vote. The ones
I did not expect that.
Took the next step and said that although women had won the right to vote, it wasn't going to do us any good because democracy had been corrupted by the Jews. Pure coconuts. But I applied my Walter Benjamin and asked, what did fascism make them feel? What did it allow them to express? Gottlieb looks at 3 ex-suffragettes in particular. Mary Richardson, Mary Allen, and Nora Elam. All 3 fought for the right to vote. All 3 subsequently ran for parliament and lost. They were all older women. They felt that they were owed something, like they'd done good work in the past and hadn't been recognized. Fascism offered them a return to the glory days of being rebels. It made them celebrities and gave them access to a lot of eager young women who wanted to hear their stories. It promised them vindication and gave them a platform from which they could criticize other women for being decadent. And so, a bunch of older British women who used to be prominent feminists appropriated suffragette entry to join a far-right movement working to undermine women's rights because it offered them vindication, community, and a chance to criticize other women. And for a moment, I thought, thank God, we live in modern times.
Oh, all right.
If you read any mainstream UK media right now, you'll notice it's full of invective aimed at trans people, particularly trans women. A lot of that content is far-right or even neo-Nazi stuff, with a few words changed around. And a lot of the most prominent women writing it call themselves feminists. One or two actually did feminist work in the past. When transphobes hold rallies in the UK, a lot of them wear suffragette colours. Suddenly I felt like I understood my country a lot better. And other countries too. The journalist Cara Vogt wrote a fascinating article in the Washington Post this year about a far-right conference in Texas which told young women that feminism had failed them and they should return to biblical womanhood. And at the time I remember feeling confused, like,
Based?
how is there anyone ever going to fall for that? But one of the overarching themes of the conference was transphobia about women's sports. And that discourse allows young women to express criticism of other women and the desire to win. Suddenly, I felt like I got it. How do you get turkeys to vote for Christmas?
Turkeys to
You let
vote
them
for
walk.
Christmas? What the fuck are you talking about?
Can I borrow this quarters?
Yeah.
Watch other turkeys get stuffed.
Have you heard about these arson attacks? It's awful. It says here, the latest in a series of mistakes.
So, fucking Pink's an idiot.
Blazes leaves police and firefighters baffled as they pick through the smoking ruins of the once beautiful St. Catherine's Refuge for Women, 7 dead. Oh. St. Catherine's Refuge for Vulnerable People. Well, things certainly have changed. It's been a while since I was in England. I'm a traveling petrol salesman, so I get about all over the place. Berlin, Italy, Hungary, Poland, United States, Tel Aviv. Business is booming. But it's a lonely life, selling flammable chemicals door to door. So I decided to return to the motherland. See the family. There really is no place like home. And I hope you don't mind me saying, English women really are the most beautiful in the world. You're blushing. But it is true. My tongue never lies and my lips never flatter. You know, it's interesting. In my experience, selling to women is easier than selling to men. Most of my clients are men, but selling to females is so much simpler because you're more intelligent. I don't need to flatter you. You already know the
More intelligent. If selling to females is easier, that means that they're probably less intelligent?
value of a good deal. The petrol I sell burns hot enough to sear flesh from bone
Ow.
in seconds. Just half a can can consume 60 or 70 kilos of material. I'm sure you can think of a dozen uses for that kind of firepower because females are naturally creative. Of course, the other reason I came back, apart from the pleasure of your company, was to vote. There's an election coming up, and I think women are going to be the deciders. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on it. To my mind, women's issues are at the forefront. I mean, just look at what's going on. Nurses striking, teachers striking, carers striking, all the jobs women want to be doing, ground to a halt by unions. I mean, how can a woman stand on her own 2 feet without being patronized by state handouts if she can't even get a job? I mean, besides turning up on a dinghy with 5 children in tow, in which case she'll probably get a 5-star hotel. But what about a woman like you, who was born here? What chance do you have? I think this government has utterly failed British women. Oh, you're surprised to hear me say that, are you? No, I see it in your face. That's quite all right. I am often mistaken for a conservative. And truth be told, I have friends who lean that way. But I've always tried to reach out a hand to the salt of the earth, industrious native sons of England. This current crop of conservatives are obsessed with finance. Dirty business, international banking, filthy, corrupting affair. No. Governance should be about securing your people. Letting them preserve a future for their families.
Bad neighbor.
Children. And who's securing the women of Britain? Women's prisons aren't even safe anymore. If I were a policeman, I'd feel awful sending a woman away in handcuffs. Well, I'd feel awful about the prison part, not necessarily the handcuffs part. Schoolboy joke. You know, that's probably not the sort of thing that you're allowed to say anymore. I'm glad that you still have your sense of humor. The policing of language in this country is beyond parody. I mean, look here. It's not a women's shelter anymore. It's a shelter for vulnerable people. And that's the real tragedy. I mean, the fire was probably electrical. I don't believe all this twaddle about an arsonist, do you? But the name, that's the critical thing. If women can't express yourselves with the word woman, then what do you have? You'll be a gestator, a birthing person, a surrogate.
Oh, they're offline.
We need strong women. We need women who aren't afraid to stand up. We need women who can stay cool when the heat is on. Like you.
Ooh, who the fuck attacked me?
Darling, do you have a map? I had my work stolen by a man, and I went on a journey to understand it. In Chapter 1, we learned that social constructs, like woman and the family, are also economic constructs. Misogyny tries to justify making women's access to resources precarious, and that has shaped much of the way my country is today, often in far more violent and racialized ways than the comparatively mild form that I experienced. And that's all really good to know, because it's applicable beyond just my case. Maybe that guy didn't steal my work because I'm a woman. Maybe he just does that to everybody. But still, by thinking through what happened to me, I've learned that experiences like that are produced by the kind of society in which we live. In Chapter 2, we saw that there is an alternate response. To refuse to learn anything ever! And in Chapter 3, we saw that that can be appealing, even to the extreme. Rather than confront our oppression, women could feel excitement and superiority as enforcers of oppression against other women,
Wouldn't that be fun? Trouble is, only a tiny number of women can actually do that. Roger Scruton tried to build a movement of British pride and national identity, but I couldn't be a part of that even if I wanted to, because he based it on made-up history to deliberately exclude people like me. This whole journey made me reflect a lot on my country and how I often feel like I'm on the outside of it. I like being from the UK. I think parts of my country are very pretty. I think the people are interesting and complicated. We invented Shakespeare and sea shanties, and the food is much better than anyone will tell you. But I'm not allowed to
This is
get
so
married
gross.
the same way a cis woman can without getting
No!
permission from a doctor first. And it's a 20-year wait to see that doctor. Even to a woman with all of my privileges, sometimes it doesn't really feel
You're not a woman.
like my country loves me back. And what happens to me is mild cheddar in comparison to the extra strength cheese awfulness my country inflicts on some women. Scruton would tell me to just ignore all of that, but that doesn't really seem like a good deal. So since I do want to engage with reality, my final question was, what can I do about misogyny? And I'm f***ed if I know. I just got here. Not the president of women. The president of women is a largely ceremonial role. Rihanna is the incumbent, but she's basically just a figurehead. Way back at the start, I cited a study saying that women do more housework than men. Well, the head researcher on that study had a few recommendations. She said that we need to raise awareness and think more about it. And I hear that sort of thing a lot. You know, raise awareness, have conversations. What are some common myths about women that you wish men understood? Well, gosh, I wish men understood that we have the same number of teeth as they do. And I guess if we just raise awareness of that fact, then misogyny would end.
The same number of teeth. What the fuck are you talking about? No.
As we saw with the women having fewer teeth thing, ignorance is a bit like CO2.
Ooh.
It's pumped out because powerful people benefit from it. And as Roger Scruton showed, sometimes people will just make shit up.
Hopefully this guy feeds me
But
the
because I was
win.
thinking
I
about
don't think he
CO2,
is.
I remembered a philosopher called Andreas Malm, who wrote a book about climate change.
Feeds me
And
the
he says people
kill.
have been raising
Feed me the
awareness
kill.
about that one for decades, but politicians still aren't doing nearly enough. So, he asks, at what point do we just sabotage fossil fuel infrastructure with our own
No.
hands? Hence the title of his book, How to Blow Up a Pipeline. And I started wondering, how many more women need to be exploited, harassed, assaulted, murdered, before we just sabotage the machinery of patriarchy with our own hands? I mean, what is the feminist equivalent of blowing up a pipeline? I don't really
Ooh.
wish I knew the answer to that. I do see women taking smaller actions, though. Things that we can do now for ourselves, rather than waiting for an election to solve all of our problems. I'm an actress, and I'm in some group chats for women in the industry that we use to warn each other about predatory men and, where possible, inflict consequences on them. Now, in the UK, less than 2% of rapists end up being charged, and fixing that is going to require state investment. That's not one that the girlies group chat can solve. But when police and prisons don't keep us safe, as they sadly clearly don't, we're organizing to keep ourselves safe. Women of all different races and backgrounds, cis and trans, old and young. I'm also inspired by the British trans community. Our access to resources is often precarious. Things like healthcare, housing, employment, and food can be hard to get, so we share them. We know how to go around the institutions that gatekeep resources so we can get them ourselves. And this is a lesson we've learned in large part from black feminists, who in decades past and still organize their communities to get what they needed with their own hands.
Above all else, our politics initially
How we
sprang
get
from
free.
a shared belief
Black
that
feminists and the... Ew.
black women are inherently valuable, that our liberation is a necessity, not as an adjunct to somebody else's may because of our need as human persons for autonomy. This may seem so obvious as to sound simplistic, but it is apparent.
Oh, you
no
cunt.
other ostensibly progressive movement has ever considered our specific oppression as a priority or worked seriously for the ending of that oppression, and merely naming
Okay.
the pejorative stereotypes attributed to black women, such as mammy, matriarch, sapphire horror bull digger, let alone cataloging the cruel, often murderous treatment that we receive, indicates how little value has been placed upon our lives during the 4 centuries of bondage in the Western Hemisphere. We realize that the only people who care enough about us to work consistently for our liberation are us. And our politics evolve from a healthy love for ourselves, for our sisters, and for our community, which allows us to continue our struggle and our work.
I became a woman, and then a man stole my work. I'm not going to name him because, without going into details, it all kind of worked out in the end, with a little bit of help from the girls' group chat. It changed the way that I look at my country, and that has felt like letting go of something. But by thinking through it in solidarity with other women, I've gained far more than I lost. I learned an important lesson too, which is that I should probably just write my own movies. So I did.
It probably sucks.
And it just got greenlit. I've written a film. It's about 2 people dealing with the trauma they got from a very bad relationship. It's very thoughtful, it's very artsy, it's very theaterish. Oh, and both of the characters are vampires because their ex is Count Dracula.
Ew. This just looks cringy.
I pitched it to the network as Euphoria meets Jennifer's Body, and they said yes. I'm gonna be in a movie, and other people are also going to be in it, and I'm not allowed to tell you who they are yet, which is really annoying because I'm really, really excited, but we're making a movie! Future editing Abby here. Since we recorded this, I am now allowed to tell you that our director is Valentina V, incredible filmmaker, and the film got announced in Variety. And it gets better, because we're not just making it for a normal network like Netflix or Disney+, we're making it for Nebula, a streaming service that is owned by the creators on it. So you know how regular networks are owned by venture capitalists?
Oh, no.
And they do things like cancel popular shows or write stuff off for tax breaks, because they're owned by people who don't actually create anything. Well, Nebula is not like that. The rights to the shows stay with the creators. I still own The Prince. I will own Dracula's Ex-Girlfriend when it comes out. If I want to make spin-offs or sequels or take it somewhere else, I can. And the platform itself is also owned by us. 50% of the equity in Nebula is distributed between the creators. The other 50% is held by the parent company, Standard, which is also owned by creators. So instead of the profits going to shareholders and venture capitalists, the profits go to the people making the stuff. So if you want to see me in a sexy vampire movie that I wrote, you can. It's gonna be on Nebula. And I would advise getting Nebula now because we have a deal on for December. Rather than get another subscription to another streaming service, the deal is get a lifetime membership. $300 and you get everything on Nebula now and forever. You get to see all of Philosophy Tube early and uncensored. You get to see The Prince. You can see Dracula's Ex-Girlfriend when it comes out. I just finished filming a movie with Nebula that was written by Jessie Earl. Some of you might know her from her lovely YouTube channel. It's a sci-fi story called Identities. It stars Maggie Mae Fish, Jackie Cox, me, and John Delancey. As in John Delancey. If you want to see me in a sci-fi movie with John Delancey, it's coming to Nebula, babes. When you use my sign-up
I can't believe that.
Nebula.tv/philosophytube, I get a little bit of that money, so you'll be helping me, and therefore you'll be helping everybody on Nebula. And if you do just want to try it out for a bit, if a lifetime membership isn't what you're up for right now, it's $2.50 a month with an annual subscription. So it's a little bit cheaper than Netflix as well. I cannot wait for Dracula's ex-girlfriend. I hope that you love it. So from me and the whole Nebula constellation, have a very Merry Christmas.
Where are you going? Yes. And I'm basically protected from him being able to attack me. What do I got as a trade? Ah, only the 6. I might win this. I might be able to win this. Fuck yes. Fuck yeah. Ah, damn it, I'll get a good card. Okay. Ooh. Nine. Oh, shit, shit, shit. Let's see what cards I get. All right, I get a 10 stack. All right, I have to break. I have to break there. All right, unless if this guy does it. Yes. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, shit. Good game. GG. Oh, beautiful. No, Nazis weren't left wing. I don't think that. Some people say that they were left wing, but I don't think that they were. Yes. There we go. Sick. All right. I've got to go take a piss real quick. Oh, they all fucking sucked.
Lucy, come here.
What are you doing?
Watching a movie.
Oh, watching a movie.
Watching Batman.
Which Batman? The Batman?
The Batman.
Like the new one?
Yeah.
Nice. That one's pretty good.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like it.
I tried to watch it last night, but my computer was about to die, so.
JJ liked it too. She thought it was pretty good. The guy from fucking Twilight is in it.
Which one?
I don't even know. I just know that the one of the guys from Twilight is in it. I never watched Twilight, so. Hey, Gabby. Streaming. Yep. Yep. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what are you doing? Antarctica? This nigga from Antarctica? What? Look at it. Come here, look. Oh, I'm playing a game right now and there's a person from Antarctica. Yeah. Gabby. What the hell? Gabby was like, what the hell? Yeah, they must be freezing right now, huh? I didn't even know that they... No, it's a continent. No, it's a continent. It's a completely other continent, even further. What's that mean? It means that I don't know. What do you mean? What does that mean? What is continent? It's like a giant landmass. Yeah. Bro, the Antarctica is a bot. That makes sense. Person just said it was Antarctica. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think that this person's that good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, all right, Gabs. I'm gonna let you. Oh, I'm gonna let you go. Okay? No. She's upstairs. Damn it. Damn it. No. I never lose. Yep. Alright, Gabs. I'll see you later. Alright. Love ya. Alright, I will. Alright. Okay. Alright, bye. Love ya. When I said Antarctica, she was like, that's like a completely different state.
Huh?
When I said Antarctica, she was like, that's like a completely different state.
That's funny.
Yeah. I thought it was pretty funny. Okay, they're better than I expected. Ah, weird. They just keep going for me. What are you doing? What's your plan here? Ooh, are they going for America then? I want to see this. I want to know what the fuck they're talking about how Jeremy Boren wants to say the N-word. Because that's just funny.
Let's see. Jacob, James, Jayla, Jenny.
Early on the J's.
Holiday shop like a super gifter.
50 years ago, 60 years ago, Lenny Bruce had a bit. This is the 60s where he was convinced that you could, and Lenny Bruce, you know, his whole career ended up essentially ending, and he died of an overdose. He was being incredibly harassed by, he would go into Chicago, he'd been arrested in Chicago.
Arrested for comedy, right?
Arrested for comedy.
Yeah, Lenny Bruce, yeah.
Saying stuff about Kennedy.
He said something about the cops or something. Oh no, he said cocksucker, and then he got arrested. And then he got arrested.
You know, or they were. He had a bit about how the media claimed that Jackie Onassis had like thrown her body on top of Kennedy.
Oh!
No, that's not true. She was trying to get out of the car. And it's irresponsible for the media to say that she was trying to cover, because I don't want my daughter putting herself in front of a bullet for her husband. I want her to run. And he had a bit about the N-word. And his whole theory was we can demystify the word by a usage. He came out and he was like, you're an N, you're an N, you're an N, you're an N word, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Said, you know, and if Kennedy was to roll out his administration, here's my top N-word, and this guy's in charge of, this N-word is in charge of this and that. And he said the word would have no salience. And I think there's an argument for it. But the point is not that the word in and of itself, in a vacuum, has some type of magical power.
Totemic power, yeah.
The point is the context in which you're in.
Okay, what's this motherfucker doing?
Jeremy Boring, Ben Shapiro's business partner, explaining his theory to Tim Pool. Sorry.
Here's the problem. The problem is that anonymity on the internet allows for the ghettoizing of beliefs that are not approved by the regime. So a lot of people will say, well, I have to be anonymous on the internet because if my boss finds out that I've got these views, they'll fire me. But you're only in the position where your boss could fire you for finding out about those views because you've allowed those views to be completely ghettoized through anonymity online.
Now, this is one of the dumbest theories I've ever heard. And his argument is that the reason why somebody might get fired.
What are you making?
Well, okay, here's what he's arguing. Think about why someone might get fired from their job.
Ah, this.
It could be that you're supportive of Palestinian rights.
Oh,
in this day and age. It could also be that you're
so
openly
sick.
saying, you know, we shouldn't be serving black people.
Right.
What are you making, baby?
In businesses. You should have the right to deny service to black people.
We ghettoize those people.
Well, according to Jeremy Boring,
what do we have?
You're saying that and not owning it publicly
You have a
is
pound
the
of burger.
reason why people feel comfortable firing you if they find out that you said it. And he finds that to be problematic. Now, his theory that because people aren't saying it, he's saying, if you're going to say stuff like that, be loud and proud, which is exactly what like the Proud Boys are about and what actually white nationalists about and Nazis about. That's why they go out and parade. And why they try not to have to wear masks. They know the power of not wearing masks, that we're unashamed to say this. That's the way things get normalized. That's his argument. Now, I happen to disagree that it works that way, but what's more important is he's saying we need to be able to normalize these things. So understand where he's coming from in terms of the way he's thinking about this. We need to normalize the things that society finds bad.
What is a woman?
The American dream is real.
So you can stand up for what you believe.
I'm a little confused on what... Bro, I just need black. I just need these bots to get the fuck out of here. Is one bot gonna take the other bot's cards right now? No.
But you're only in the position where your boss could fire you for finding out about those views because you've allowed those views to be completely ghettoized through anonymity online.
You don't need to. You're only in that position because at will employment in this country.
Fire you for finding out about those views because you've allowed those views to be completely ghettoized through anonymity online. If 5 million people came out today and said the N-word, I'm not recommending it, but no one would ever get fired for saying the N-word again.
Pause it. First of all, that's absurd. That's just simply absurd. Of course they would. And 5 million people are saying the N-word right now, too. But what?
Right now? Like, this exact moment? Really? Jeez.
Why aren't you recommending it?
Yeah, exactly. It would solve the problem.
Well, why aren't you recommending it? No, what he's saying is it's not going to lose its salience. It's going to lose its ability to be curtailed. That's what he's saying. He's going to say, now, reminder, in this country, in 1920, there were 6 million card-carrying members of the KKK. Self-identified. That was 6% of the population. It's 100 million people, I think, in 1920 in this country. 6% of the population. 5 million now would represent, what, 1%, 2%. And the idea that they would say the N-word, it would make it impossible for people to be fired by saying that. It's just, first of all, it's just wrong. But what he's saying is, like, we can take the most offensive things that can attack and marginalize people, and we can normalize them. We can make them great again.
And when he says we, like, who's saying it and who's not saying the N-word here? Because black people say it, but it is a kind of a different word when they say it.
Of course, it's all about context, right? Yeah, I want to know what the context in which they're saying it. I wonder if he feels like the reason why anti-Semitism
to the K word
has been people should be can be fired by anti-Semitism is that not enough people are saying the K word. Of course not. That's reprehensible. That would be reprehensible. Is there any more to
I'm not recommending it, but no one would ever get fired for saying the N-word again. Like
yeah,
that,
they wouldn't be able to.
You wouldn't be able to. You would have brought that to a conclusion. That little absurdity in our culture would be brought to an end. The ghettoizing of our beliefs allows for the punishment of anyone who steps outside of the ghetto.
Yeah.
So if they catch you saying what you believe, they can fire you. But if we all just had our names on it and we're saying the things that we believe, and you might
Let's see
say
if they fucking attack me.
that we would have more cultural cohesion if we didn't have online anonymity too, because the online anonymity also allows us to become more
Let's see what they
radicalized
do.
in ways that left and right, in ways that probably aren't
Pussy.
ultimately good.
So, I agree,
This
but I
is
think
amazing. And I don't think this tiny brain guy realizes he just completely contradicted himself. What is cultural cohesion other than standards that are applied to people that may manifest themselves in ways you don't think is appropriate? Like maybe we shouldn't have at-will employment so that you're not allowed to fire somebody. But what is cultural cohesion? He's basically saying that if we didn't have anonymity, then everybody would be part of a ghetto, essentially, that you're not allowed to leave from. It's fascinating. He just contradicted himself in that exact statement. If you didn't have anonymity, you could be shamed more. Which would be good, because then we wouldn't have extremists on both sides. But we shouldn't have. But we shouldn't be shamed for any issues that are outside of the norm. Go ahead.
Ways that left and right, in ways that probably aren't ultimately good.
I agree, but I think it's a cultural issue that you can't solve with policy. You can't just be like, okay, no one's allowed to be anonymous on the internet. We're gonna require this. My view is, if you want to be anonymous in your writings and in your interactions, you can be. But I think culturally, we need to say we don't interact with. You know, if you're not a serious person, I can choose not to interact with you, and then some people will choose.
Whenever I've said publicly that I don't,
It's just
I think
unbelievable.
online
Like, I
internet-
don't think there's been two stupider people who have talked to each other in a long time. Culturally. What do you mean we say? How do you culturally decide that we're going to do anything? We're not going to make it policy of these. No, you're going to recommend that it become policy of these platforms. I'm just going to say that we magically, culturally do this against the other people.
Yeah, and
it's so.
This
I don't
game
think
is
he
such a
understands what
mess.
culture is.
No.
How do we all decide to do this? Do we all sign a pledge?
Yeah, and they're calling like that little, what does he call it? That little absurdity, the N-word. It's like any slurs for black people in this country have the weight that they do, including the N-word, because of the history of the treatment of
It's
black
all
people in
about
this country.
context. It's all about context.
Same with any slurs against Native Americans, for instance. Like, and so like anonymity, no, I think probably maybe a reparation for like the sort of violence specifically aimed towards different groups of people is how you deal with like why certain words become weighted this
That's
way.
the thing, is like they're both like, what he's really just saying is that he wants to promote his narrow set of views, which he considers not to be extremist, I guess, even though that people feel like they need to be anonymous or they're going to get fired by the non-powers that be. And of course, he would take issue if it was 5 million people saying the K word, and I don't think that would be just a little.
Why is it
absurdity
just
that would go
attacking
away.
me, bro? This is such
If 5 million
bullshit.
people came out and started saying like, we should gas all the Jews. I don't think Jeremy Boring would be like, thank God we got rid of that absurdity where people, felt like they couldn't say that. And then Tim's going, well, because Tim doesn't know how to say anything in response to this. So he pretends there's a way to do what he wants to agree with Boring, but he wants to make it seem like I'm not agreeing with the idea that we should be able to have 5 million people say the N-word. So I'm not going to dictate, and by he means the government or the platforms. I'm not going to dictate that you can't do this, but we as a collective that somehow Tim feels he has the ability to organize will decide that we're not going to do it, to ostracize the people that do. It's just, it just folds in on itself.
Yeah,
That's not what culture means.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Interact with you, and then some people will choose to.
Whenever I've said publicly that I think online anonymity is bad, one thing that comes up a lot is, what about women? Violence against
Fuck.
women will
I
increase
should've broke
because
their
men will follow them
stack.
home and be able to get their home address and all of this.
Broke
But again, I think that that's a kind of ghetto mentality. The truth is that most of the horrible things that are said to women online,
They're gonna take it. They're gonna
aren't
take
said
him
by
out.
people who put their names on
Hopefully
their accounts.
not.
I think just outside of that, though, I'm more
Pause it.
worried about
That is
people wanting to
also,
express-
I mean, he just like flipped from the victim of this violence. They want the anonymity to protect them from people who would attack them. But then he flips it and says, but the anonymity allows people to be rude online. But I don't think these women are just worried about being rude online. It is the implicit threat that exists in real life.
And what does that have to do with a ghetto metaphor? Which is like, oh, I'm in the ghetto of being misogynistic and anonymously online. Like what?
No. The ghetto mentality is of the women who are afraid of. They're in the ghetto of. There is violence against women
Guy said he's gonna
by
rape
men.
me.
Exactly. That's ghetto thinking. And go ahead. This is really fascinating. And it's rare you get people who have thought, seemingly, or at least projecting that they've thought extensively about things, and this is what they come up with.
Who put their names on their accounts.
I think just outside of that, though, I'm more worried about people wanting to express themselves in any way. Jobs be damned, you know. It's just like I want people to say whatever they want, however they want, and express themselves that way. I personally prefer a real face and a real name, and that's what I'll always do. But I also understand there's a lot of people, not just because of their jobs, maybe it's family, and I understand. I personally think that's weak of them, but it's what they have to do, and I agree with Tim. If we can change the idea of it without policy, I'm okay. That's
Well, sure. I mean, there are a lot of problems with trying to change it at a policy level.
Yeah.
For example, the First Amendment. I don't think that it is impossible to make a First Amendment compliant argument for why online anonymity isn't.
Oh, this is so dumb. I can't even bring myself to watch this anymore.
And that philosophy was being piped to earth.
Do they have comment pages on the Daily Wire membership shows, like streams? Like, they have terms of services there. They do not allow people, like, handles or something. Like, this is so dumb. First Amendment is not. Government's gonna pass a thing like you can't be anonymous. No anonymous books. No pseudonyms when you write. It's so dumb. All right. But I don't know if that's the dumbest thing that we're going to see from Jeremy Boring today.
No, but he's funny because, like, you know, Ben Shapiro has at least chops when it comes to, like, speaking in front of a camera. And, like, I guess I'll grant that to Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh or whatever. But Boring is just the money guy, and he's still getting in front of the camera, too.
Did he, did he attempt to be an actor?
I've never
Just
heard of
talk
that,
to
but I
you,
wouldn't be
Gabby.
surprised.
Yeah, no, he was a screenwriter. Yeah. Okay, there it is.
Gotcha.
That makes sense. You know, that's maybe where he met Shapiro, because Shapiro desperately tried to get into that business and he couldn't.
In it now. He's in this movie, isn't he?
Yes, he's.
Oh yeah, he's the lead.
Boring is Shapiro.
Wait, Boring acts in it?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Jeremy Boring is the lead in the Lady Ballers movie, but Ben Shapiro and a few others have a cameo.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
I thought he was just making cameos. That's hilarious. Okay.
Where people just upload themselves reacting to other people's videos.
Yo,
the
chill.
money almost makes itself. Reaction videos are a key piece of the Illuminati puzzle here. Because
All right, let's look at plagiarism in YouTube. I want to cover a couple different parts of this, specifically Illuminati. We're not gonna watch the whole thing 'cause it's 4 hours, obviously. But I want to start out with the Illuminati thing.
don't part Illuminati.
This was like a big thing.
People need to quit adding fucking bots.
Illuminati was like saying legal like stole from her or something. And at the time I thought it was like ridiculous. One, because, you know, I'm a misogynist, and two, because I think Legal Eagle is hot. And 3.
What? He thinks isn't Legal Eagle a dude?
Because I think it's a ridiculous thing to say that like an editing style is stolen. You're in the content mill part? Yeah, I know. I know. Bro, you steak. The stray you caught in this was so rough. Okay, everyone needs to calm down. Like, and collectively take multiple breaths. 1. H Bomber Guy was literally in the chat earlier today. He is a friend of mine.
Yes! Fuck yes!
Where he was like, I wrote a joke, and I now realize that this joke is probably going to be seen as like me shitting on you. Like, do you think it's all right? Like, and I was like, yeah, sure, I don't give a fuck. Go ahead, pop off, King. Who gives a fuck? You're the man. Now, I should have never even mentioned that, because now people are trying to use that as a reason to shit on H Bomber Guy. Like a lot of fans of like Internet Historian and stuff are using that as a way to shit on H Bomber Guy, to be like, no, actually plagiarism is perfectly fine and valid. Like, the real problem is when you are openly watching someone else's YouTube video that you like often, especially now, get express permission to watch, and you know, are friends with the content creators. Can we watch the cave stuff because it exposes popular YouTube as a right-wing guy? I got like vibes that he might have been like a right-wing dude. I thought he was all right. I don't know. I don't really know enough. They were asking proof of you, saying it was okay. Actually, psychos. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who gives a shit? My least favorite part of you watching videos is how you pass them off as videos that you wrote / made. Yeah, I guess instead of like watching someone else's video after getting consent from them, or maybe sometimes even not getting consent really, but assuming that more often than not consent has been given, or at least there's been a broad allowance for people to watch their content. Those are usually the 3 different broad categories. No, not assuming consent of that sort. I'm saying like when someone, like the Internet Historian has in the past said, you know, he doesn't give a shit when people watch their content. You know what I mean? There's obviously a difference
35.
between watching this a YouTube video versus like,
damn it,
passing off someone else's YouTube video as mine after watching it, taking the transcript, and then repurposing it and then making it myself. I'm not shocked that a lot of these videos are plagiarized, I guess. I think I have a very different approach to YouTube content. Like I understand that a lot of it is plagiarized, but I never really knew to what degree it was actually plagiarized. Like I always knew that it was straight up like Wikipedia rips, right? We've joked about it before, even in this community. There's like certain content creators that just literally go to Wikipedia, basically copy paste it, and then put their sources and pass off Wikipedia sources as though it is their own. Many great, well-edited videos are like that. None of my friends are like that.
All right, let's see if this guy has some balls.
Actually, we're very well sourced and really good. Omner guy stole everything he put out from queer creators, then talked about queer erasure while doing just that.
It's a pun. I don't need to impress you. In 2021, when I was working on the vaccines and autism video, I needed something to listen to in the background while I built an Argos bookshelf. So out of curiosity, I put on
a video that I've watched, by the way, and reacted on this broadcast. One of my favorite H Bomber Guy videos, Andrew Wakefield. Some of the stuff that he personally researched we use to this day. I use to this day as a talking point, which you could say technically I plagiarized from him. Or I do give him credit for it and don't pass it off as like my own research, so there's that.
On other videos on the topic. One of them was by a channel called Illuminaughty, whose real name is Blair Zon. I hadn't heard of her before. She seems to do videos covering multi-level marketing schemes, pyramid schemes, and failed businesses, stuff like that. And she seems to make a lot of them really quickly. I wonder how. The video was Fine? My phone was several meters away and I couldn't
Sick.
be bothered to reach out and get it and change the playlist, so it just kept going through her anti-vax videos. And at one point, I did a double take.
There was a joint inventor on these products, a man named Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial. In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
I remember pausing, budget B&Q hammer in hand, and thinking, haven't I heard this exact sentence before?
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
An interesting thing about the MMR scandal is literally all of its big discoveries can be attributed to the work of one man, Brian Deere, whose years of diligent journalism are basically why we know what we do about Andrew Wakefield. His 2004 documentary, MMR, What They Didn't Tell You, effectively berserk eclipsed Wakefield's career as a legitimate doctor. It's great, and Brian uploaded it to his own YouTube channel for free in 2014, so anyone can go watch it. This version has the time code burned in at the bottom, which is kind of cute, but if you wanted to make your own video about the subject and use that as source footage, that's kind of annoying to look at. So I spent like 2 full days of my life trying to find a version without the time code, and I finally found what I think is a copy of the original broadcast from 2004. Harrowing stories of child abuse do not pair well with teasers for the TV premiere of Moulin Rouge.
When Dr. Wakefield launched the MMR scare back in 1998,
I used footage from Deere's documentary in my video, explained how important it was, thanked Brian for all of his hard work, and even recommended his book on the subject that had just come out. And he actually emailed my producer, Kat, with metrics showing people actually did go out and buy the book after seeing my video, which is great. I love knowing that my audience actually reads books. Thank you so much.
I mean, I don't know. One could say that sometimes, hey, is it cool if I plagiarize you? Fuck yes. I 100% recommend it. What do you think? Why do you think I give you talking points? That's like 98% of why I do what I do, okay? Yeah, no shit. Yeah, use the things that I'm saying. Obviously, don't just internalize it. Read on your own.
Okay, let's
and,
just get
and,
on.
Learn these positions thoroughly. But yeah, fuck it, YOLO.
So much. So, the reason the Illuminati video sounded so familiar was because I had just rewatched that documentary.
then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine
and made to pay a $10,000 fine
Yeah,
for his
I'm gonna get
misuse
you
and
all.
misprescribing of controlled drugs.
and made to pay a $10,000.
It's a pun. I don't need to impress you. In 2021, when I was working on the vaccines and autism video, I needed something to listen to in the background while I built an Argos bookshelf. So out of curiosity, I put on
a video that I've watched, by the way, and reacted on this broadcast. One of my favorite H-Bomber Guy videos, Andrew Wakefield. Some of the stuff that he personally researched, we use to this day. I use to this day as a talking point, which you could say technically I plagiarize from him. Or I do give him credit for it and don't pass it off as like my own research. So there's that.
on other videos on the topic. One of them was by a channel called Illuminati, whose real name is Blair Zon. I hadn't heard of her before. She seems to do videos covering multi-level marketing schemes, pyramid schemes, and failed businesses, stuff like that. And she seems to make a lot of them really quickly. I wonder how. The video was fine. My phone was several meters away and I couldn't be bothered to reach out and get it and change the playlist, so it just kept going through her anti-vax videos. And at one point, I did a double take.
There was a joint inventor on these products, a man named Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial. In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
I remember pausing, budget B&Q hammer in hand, and thinking, haven't I heard this exact sentence before?
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
An interesting thing about the MMR scandal is literally all of its big discoveries can be attributed to the work of one man, Brian Deere, whose years of diligent journalism are basically why we know what we do about Andrew Wakefield.
Ooh, is
His
this guy gonna
2004
fucking get me?
MMR, What They Didn't Tell You, effectively berserk eclipsed Wakefield's career as a legitimate doctor. It's great, and Brian uploaded it to his own YouTube channel for free in 2014, so anyone can go watch it. This version has the timecode burned in at the bottom, which is kind of cute, but if you wanted to make your own video about the subject and use that as source footage, that's kind of annoying to look at. So I spent like 2 full days of my life trying to find a version without the timecode, and I finally found what I think is a copy of the original broadcast from 2004. Harrowing stories of child abuse do not pair well with teasers for the TV premiere of Moulin Rouge.
Alright, hopefully we get a...
When Dr. Wakefield launched the MMR scare back in 1998,
I used footage from Dia's documentary in my video, explained how important it was, thanked Brian for all of his hard work, and even recommended his book on the subject that had just come out. And he actually emailed my producer, Kat, with metrics showing people actually did go out and buy the book after seeing my video, which is great. I love knowing that my audience actually reads books. Thank you so
I mean, I don't know. One could say that sometimes, hey, is it cool if I plagiarize you? Fuck yes. I 100% recommend it. What do you think? Why do you think I give you talking points? That's like 98% of why I do what I do, okay? Yeah, no shit. Yeah, use the things that I'm saying. Obviously, don't just internalize it. Read on your own and learn these positions thoroughly. But yeah, fuck it, YOLO.
so much. So, the reason the Illuminati video sounded so familiar was because I had just rewatched that documentary.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine.
Then in 1995, he was suspended
Suspended
from
for-
practicing medicine
And made to pay a $10,000 fine
Yeah,
for his
but it gets
misuse and
called.
misprescribing of controlled drugs.
and made to pay
Okay.
a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
Professor Freudenberg has long been controversial.
Hugh
I'd have to watch both of them. Fucking hate playing against bots, bro. They're so annoying. It just makes the game shit.
Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
Been long controversial? So, this is weird. She wasn't quoting Dia. She was saying his words out loud as if she wrote them. So, what's happening here? Well, after the bookcase seemed to stand up on its own, despite all the pieces mysteriously left over, I watched the video properly and noticed she does acknowledge Brian Deere and the documentary pretty openly.
In 2004, Brian Deere came out with a documentary entitled MMR, What They Didn't Tell You.
Blair watched a documentary and then downloaded it and used it to make her own. In the first 20 minutes, she plays a chunk of the documentary, or just quotes it, 25 times, more than once a minute.
Aw, you fucking cunt!
From his mouth or hers. So this video is lazy. I'm personally insulted that she just used the version of the documentary from Dia's YouTube channel with the timecode burned in. That gets to me a little bit after the effort I put in, but that doesn't make it plagiarism. It's just not very good. And hey, it's not like this is her one source. She quotes a lot of other places too. Or does? Here's some of the times she quotes someone else in the video. Wow, look at all this research she must have done. One thing though, what's the source for these quotes? Okay, we need to talk about how to cite a source for a second. If you watch any non-Illuminati video essay, you'll see these pretentious little commies put some text in the corner telling you where their quote comes from. This is so you know what they're quoting, so you can check it or go find it and learn more if you want, and to give proper credit to the people whose ideas or knowledge they're borrowing. If you're using someone else's words in a video you intend to make money off, it's very important to give proper credit and attribution. Listing where the quote is from is important, not just so it's easy for people to find and verify it, but it's useful context which helps people interpret what they're seeing.
I'm just gonna
if
go
someone
take
showed
this
you a
guy
quote
out.
that made a person look bad, you might
The U.S. bombed them back to traditional values. Feminism does not exist in Japan. While I don't like judging an entire culture that does not
feel a
exist.
bit cheated if they didn't mention its source is a blog by someone you've never heard of that doesn't exist anymore. I have a little rule for quoting that other creators seem to use as well. If someone saw a clip of your video out of context, would it be possible for them to tell you're quoting someone and where it's from? Blair, for some reason, doesn't cite her sources. Here's a part where she quotes Andrew Wakefield.
Wakefield also stated mumps, measles, and rubella together might be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
I love there's a tiny Andy there for some reason, but not saying where he said this is pretty bad citation. But this isn't a mistake. Blair is hiding the source on purpose for a reason. You see, this quote is from the...
Yes, one of the funniest parts about this is literally like a first year college course explaining to you how like you're supposed to properly cite your arguments. You're supposed to properly source and cite your the things that you use in your videos. I mean, not videos. Fuck, in your articles, MLA format, APA. I guess they do it in fucking high school too, right? I don't know. I didn't learn about this stuff in high school. I didn't go to high school here. I went to high school in Turkey, but
Same documentary again. Brian Deere plays a clip of Wakefield's.
like what you could say that what H Bomber Guy is doing here is basically like Turnitin. He's pulling a Turnitin on YouTube commentators and like the commentary sphere, like essay writers. A 4-hour Turnitin fuckfest.
Saying it at a conference.
Measles, mumps and rubella given together may be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
Why didn't she just play the clip? She had it downloaded. Well, because she's already played so many clips from this documentary, it looks ridiculous. So she started quoting it, and just not telling you she's quoting the one thing she watched. I wonder where all the other quotes come from.
And more still, nurses were leaving, saying they don't like what's being done.
Nurses were leaving.
You know what's ironic? I feel like it would be better if she just like unironically took that documentary and reacted to it.
Yep, I gave
the parts where
purple the
she's
win there,
reacting
but
to
I
it.
don't give a fuck.
Like it literally would.
This game was annoying. I fucking hate bots,
Less people
bro.
would be mad if you just watched the documentary, said you're watching the documentary, and then reacted to the documentary rather than passing off words from the documentary as though it's on your own, as though it's words that you came up with on your own. I'm not even kidding. Because at that point, absolutely zero people think that you wrote any of that shit. I don't think people come in here and they go, oh, wow, Hassan, I can't believe you wrote a 5-hour video on plagiarism in YouTube. How cool. No, like everybody knows I'm watching a friend of mine's 4-hour video on YouTube about plagiarism and YouTube. I didn't write any of this shit. I do, however, play a role in this where I get joked about.
And saying they didn't like what was being done to these children.
Are they gonna give this person fucking...
Down in some cases just to have blood taken. I feel very sorry for the children who I feel were being abused.
This study had, in fact, begun with a contract from a
Yeah,
group
they're
of
gonna give
solicitors
them
that tried to
seconds.
Sue MMR manufacturers.
That is
Chadwick
damning!
said he had hoped the ordeal, when it hit the news, would die its own death.
It includes injecting mice with measles virus,
He injected mice with measles,
extracting
That's
their
fucked
white
up.
blood cells,
extracted their white blood cells, and injected the stuff into pregnant goats.
This is amazing. She just quotes people from this one documentary and pretends she did any work.
No, this literally is like straight up. This is like utilizing the documentary as a narrative tool to like draw a larger point that you want to make. For example, right? I do this from time to time. I will look at like source material. I use it with like Al Jazeera videos and shit, right? But however, of course, I have a lot more opinions on a particular matter when I'm watching a YouTube video.
I don't know
and
why the
I
hell that person
will
didn't just kill us.
add a shit ton, a metric ton of different additional information to it. I'll pull from other videos as well. I'll source things. However, one thing I won't do is just like verbatim copy paste the fucking transfer. You have to. How this is hard. I don't know why she's working this hard. I don't understand it. Why does she just not play the video and then add her own perspective into it? Like, she should have just used those parts that narratively make sense and be like, wow, dog, that shit's crazy. They used goats. Even that, all of a sudden, is not, like, great, but then the argument turns into you're not reacting too hard.
Eventually, she stops bothering.
What's he talking about?
You just watched the documentary, said you're watching the documentary, and then reacted to the documentary rather than passing off words from the documentary as though it's on your own, as though it's words that you came up with on your own. I'm not even kidding. Because at that point, absolutely zero people think that you wrote any of that shit. I don't think people come in here and they go, oh, wow, Hassan, I can't believe you wrote a 5-hour video on plagiarism in YouTube. How cool. No, like everybody knows.
Damn.
I'm watching a friend of mine's 4-hour video on YouTube about plagiarism and YouTube. I didn't write any of this shit. I do, however, play a role in this where I get joked about.
And saying they didn't like what was being done to these children.
It needed 3 people to hold these kids down
in some cases just to have blood taken. I feel very sorry for the children who I feel were being abused.
This study had, in fact, begun with a contract from a group of solicitors that were
trying to sue MMR manufacturers.
That is
said
damning.
he had hoped the ordeal, when it hit the news, would die its own death.
It includes
Huh? So it's basically just the exact wording.
mice with measles virus.
He injected mice with measles,
extracting their white blood cells.
Extracted their white blood cells and injected the stuff into pregnant goats.
This is
Into
amazing.
pregnant
She just
goats.
quotes people from this one documentary and pretends she did any work.
No, this literally is like straight up.
Join.
This is like utilizing the documentary as a narrative tool to like draw a larger point that you want to make. For example,
Yeah, I would have to watch both to
right?
see if,
I do this from
like,
time
if
to
she
time.
just
I will
said some of the things that were in the documentary, that's not
like Al Jazeera
plagiarism.
right? But however, of course, I have a lot more opinions.
If it was like
on a
straight
particular
up,
matter when I'm
like every single word for word, then yeah.
watching a YouTube video, and I will add a shit ton, a metric ton of different additional information to it. I'll pull from other videos as well. I'll source things.
I did want to watch this. I would have never guessed that
Johnson,
this
you're
would be
fired.
an interview.
Why? It's not you.
George Janko and Andrew
Well, you've
Tate.
taken it.
That just
I'll be
seems
honest
so
with you,
crazy to
I
me.
actually respect, and you give me a lot to think about. And without being arrogant, at my echelon, it's not often I sit down with somebody and they say something that makes me think. But you've given me something to think about, and I genuinely, I'm going to think about it.
Yo, guys, season 1 of the George Janko Show is coming to an end. And honestly, from the bottom of my heart, I got to thank every one of you guys that have been watching. It is literally a dream. I'm waking up every single day, and I can't believe what we're doing. Season 2 is going to even be bigger. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, because we're coming in hot next year. Also, to
coming in
celebrate
hot.
the wrap of this season, we brought back the apparel Church Boy. So if you guys want to hit the link in the description, or you could go to theheartofdavid.co and get your stuff there. I love you guys. Enjoy and have a great time. Also, I'm going to be reading comments, so comment down below. This is an exciting
If there's a
episode.
if there's any
Make sure you
fucking
don't
bots,
disappoint,
I'm gonna be pissed.
Oh, why would you? Dude, it just makes me so nervous now. All right, cool.
Put you on the spot.
Andrew, welcome. Welcome to the George Janko Show, and thank you for ending season 1. What a great season. What a great season.
Is him and Logan friends? Like, are they friends again or what? I don't know.
I brought my notes, bro, because I didn't want to come all the way to Romania and then like forget. So if you see me look,
Oh damn, he went all the way to
You know,
Romania.
it's kind of the forgotten part of the world. I'm not Romanian, but I certainly put Romania on the map. I don't feel like anyone talked about Romania ever.
Ever. And why did you come here?
I decided to leave the West. I can give you a very happy, funny answer. Do you want happy, funny Andrew? Or do you want serious, the world is ending Andrew?
Let's
There's two different versions.
Let's start. I want both. I want both versions of you.
Sure. Well,
I guess I'm gonna go with.
Literally in real time, you can see it falling apart. So you have.
I guess I'm gonna go
The
with
world's not really that big.
North
I think
America.
that the values which held the Western world together at some point have been proven to be false, and all of it is a lie. I feel like all of the metrics in which you can measure the success of a society, the Western world is.
I actually
So
don't
once you
like
accept
this.
that, you say, okay, the West is failing.
The
it's on its
setup.
way down, I can't live in the West. And then you look at a map and you look at South America, which is very dangerous, and I'm not South American and I don't speak Spanish. And then Eastern Europe, which is where we are now, preserves its culture via religion, and they have some other societal, what's the word I'm looking for? Traditions, which certainly preserve the culture better. It's a slower decline. So I felt like this might be a good place to live. Unfortunately, I think in the 7 years I've been here, Eastern Europe is catching up with the West, and I feel like it's going to go down the same hole. So I'm going to have to move again. But when I moved here 7 years ago, it just felt like a safer place, felt like a nicer place, and decided to leave. I don't see what America or England or the West has for people anymore.
Okay, question. Do you think that this generation is more evil than the past generations? That
I don't think they're evil. I think they're lost, and I think they're misguided. And I think we're now living in a culture where I'm a full-grown man. I'm 36 years old. I catch myself, even at my ripe old age and high level of professionalism, sometimes for a few seconds, only a few seconds before I correct myself, scrolling on garbage. Imagine how these 14 and 15-year-old children are even being raised. Just scrolling through these social media algorithms, which are deliberately designed to poison their mind. And they're going to school, they're being fed absolute garbage, and they have no religious connotations, no God, and no family unit. They're just a mess. And then we look at, like I said, every metric in which you can measure the health of a society, the crime rate and the cost of living, basic things, traffic, anything you can measure, the West is falling off a cliff. So it's like, how do you fix all of that? So I decided to move to Eastern Europe, and I had a very good time here, and I was treated very well, and it's a very safe place. And it's a beautiful country. I've been through some recently things changed a bit. I think
Yeah,
most
you
people
get
know
out of your
about that.
house.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Well, I'm allowed out
Bro,
of house. Yeah, that's
I
nice.
had nowhere to attack except for your territory.
Stay off of house arrest. I stayed in the house.
That's fucking weird.
What the fuck was I supposed to do, you dumb fuck?
Oh, you wanted to prove that you could keep going.
Yeah, that's right.
I feel like you're flexing all the time. Like, is there like if I was on house arrest, who the fuck you flexing for? Just leave. And anything, you could have lied and be like, no, I stayed for an extra 3 days. But like you
Literally,
stayed.
the only places I could attack was your territories. You stupid fuck.
Actually, I have it in my notes because I know that you don't like.
And you
lying.
got that so pissed that you dropped our alliance. Okay, I'll make alliances with other people.
And I have a story about lying. I was I'm not gonna mention his name out of respect for him, but he took me on his jet. We were having a great time. We were about to do business together. We were courtside, and he made a comment about one of the basketball players. He's like, well, he's a little bitch because he told his teammate was cheating and got him in a scandal. And I said, well, the other man was cheating. He was lying. And he turns to me and he goes, if you have a problem doing business with people that cheat, you'll never work. And I, one, stopped immediately wanting to work with this guy. Two, my provider is God, nobody else. So it comes with morals. If
I'm
you're going to
confused with
cheat
what just
on a
happened.
woman that you're building a life with and being fruitful with, what the fuck are you going to do to me?
Well, that's very true, and that's very valid. But I'll play devil's advocate here. What the other guy said about if you have problems doing business with somebody who cheats, you're never going to do any business. Unfortunately, he's also pretty right. Because it's
but
right.
Not with partners, though. I don't feel like you want to get in business with a partner. I mean, think about this. He shares a family bloodline.
Are you
with the person
stupid?
That he's robbing. I'm nothing to him.
Okay, cool.
That's true, and that is infallible logic.
So how can I even? For me, my girl, right? She's my partner. I couldn't focus if I had to come do this interview with you, and I know she's out somewhere. Now I have to think about what she's doing. It's taking away from me.
Yeah.
So if I'm breaking bread with a man and I'm doing business with him, I can't sit around wasting my time thinking about what he's doing.
And you're completely right, and I totally understand that. But as a honest individual, I have to sit here and be honest and analyze myself and analyze my own romantic relationships. Am I completely faithful in the traditional sense? No. Why is that? It's a good question. I can't say exactly why that is, but I think that probably the biggest decline in the Western world I have to accept, even though I partake in it and even though I am guilty of it. I think the biggest failing of the Western world is that men and women do not stick together anymore. I think it would fix.
True. Beautiful. Actually, we'll try. I'll try this.
It's a lot of problems.
I find that very fascinating that you know that's the problem. You teach men to be better men and to fix their problems. Don't run away from it. But you know that monogamy is a challenge for you, but you don't want to.
It's not a challenge. Monogamy is not a challenge thing. Monogamy is a decision that every man must make. But for you to make that decision, you have to sit down and decide that, you know, this woman is worth me being monogamous to, which is fine. I think the biggest struggle that men have in the Western world today is finding a woman who they believe is worth being monogamous to. I don't think men have a problem with monogamy as much as men have
A problem with finding a good woman.
a problem finding a woman who they truly believe they should be monogamous to. Also, there's something that's interesting about monogamy, because we can talk about this and it can be a very interesting conversation. In days of old, high-value men, important men, kings, warriors, whatever, had multiple wives. And they had to look after the multiple wives, or they had mistresses, and they had children with them all, and they had to look after them all. In certain cultures today, that is still the case. In certain religions today, that is still the case. In the Christian world, in the Western world, we have said that's unacceptable, we should be monogamous.
Yeah.
But then you have the majority of men who are monogamous are cheating. The ones who are not cheating are using prostitutes sometimes, or going to strip clubs sometimes, or consuming pornography.
Yeah, I was gonna say or porn, because I consider porn cheating also.
So they're not truly actually loyal. So you've moved the idea of a man having 3 or 4 women he loves and taking care of to a man having one woman he's supposed to love and doing a whole bunch of things in secret. You've just subsidized monogamy and you've removed it all towards pornography and degeneracy. So then you have to sit and argue, well, why does so much degeneracy happen in the West? Is it because we are not allowing men to be more true to their instincts? This is all brand new thoughts for me, and I'm just speaking as I think. But let's look at...
Here's the plan. You sneak past the guards and grab the treasure. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna shop at thriftbooks.com, but there's millions of books for under $5.
Even adventures?
Adventures, fantasy, anything.
Okay, new plan.
Oh, they're offline. That's why. Okay.
What if I told you that you can use Motion Array to improve your videos fast? For example, you can create a professional opener just like this, As a content creator, I can choose from thousands of different assets to improve my videos. How about some snow overlay on your epic drone shot? Or maybe just the perfect sound effects. It has never been easier to be a content creator. Check out Motion right now.
Oh.
Another example, right?
Well, before, can I tap in with that? So, what's your example, right? So, I have an example, Christ. He gives me his way, and I kind of follow it.
Yeah.
If I had to follow men and their needs, I'd be
Oh.
burned up tomorrow.
And I don't think it's needs. I don't think men cheat because of needs.
Well, okay. Women cheat because of like feelings, they get an emotional attachment to them. Men cheat because of more lustful body type thing. I've never heard of a man being like, man, I can't wait to talk to Becky.
Of course, but I think a lot of it's also ego.
Exactly. So, but ego, what comes before ego? Or it comes after ego?
Yeah, fall.
Yeah. So, my thing is, yes, when I met here's my theory.
Yeah.
When I was out about and I was having fun, as a Christian man, I was waiting for the right woman.
Yeah.
And I came to this guy and he goes, I don't understand, I thought you were Christian. And I go, listen, bro, I'll be a good Christian man to a good Christian woman. When I find somebody who has good morals and I know that she'll have my back and she'll do good, and when God presents me that girl, I will be a good man to her. And he asked me something that changed my life forever. He goes, well, if you're the son of God and you're asking for his daughter, why would that father ever give you a daughter?
Wait, what?
Well, I will be a good man to her. And he asked me something that changed my life forever. He goes, well, if you're the son of God and you're asking for his daughter, why would that father ever give you a daughter when you treat everybody else like garbage? And so I had to think. I think when it comes to blessings, I believe that it's
True.
given from God.
Yep.
And to move on to new blessings, you have to handle what you've been given. So if I've been given the fame and the money and the access to women, God's monitoring me. Okay, are you going to go fool around, act like trash?
Can you be trusted?
Could you be trusted with this daughter that I have over here? Kind of like that picture that we're usually holding a beautiful bear behind him, and then you're holding on to this lifestyle that you still want, but you're like, this is great. And God's like, no, give it to me. Show me you're ready for it, and then I'll present it, like any good father would be.
Absolutely.
And I did. I cleaned up my act. I was celibate, and I was showing him, I'm trying now to be ready. And then I found a beautiful girl, and then I became monogamous, and then I have a good partnership. And here's the thing. I could lead that relationship anywhere I want. If I wanted to be open, it could be there. Not saying that she's comfortable with it, but when it first started, I could plant the seeds
Oh!
and to take it in any direction that I want.
What the?
It takes somebody
What's
with,
going on here?
integrity to lead a woman in the right direction.
Absolutely.
I tell people all the time, I'm in charge of this relationship. God is in charge of everything.
Yeah.
So when my girl looks at me to lead the house, I gotta lead the house.
Why
but
is
it's
he
not
doing
for
that?
My needs. Because if
What
it was
the
my
hell?
needs, bro, she's out shit cold. That like she's not gonna get the best out of it.
Of course.
But now I have a God looking at me and monitoring it. You gotta love her like you love my church.
No, absolutely.
What just
Everything you're saying is
happened
absolutely
there?
true. And I agree with you. There's two ways we can answer the question. We can talk about it from a religious perspective and what you just described, and you're right, being a God-fearing man is going to lead a woman in the correct direction because
Yes.
a woman is a reflection of her man. And that's why you see if a woman gets with a bad guy who does drugs, she ends up doing drugs and doing bad things, and a man can lead her in the wrong direction.
She comes from our ribs, metaphorically and physically and mentally, right? So if I'm gonna be, like you're saying, doing drugs, she's gonna follow my lead.
Absolutely. But I'm just talking about it from a societal perspective. I'm making an overall societal observation, the fact that now we have monogamous societies, but because they're not truly monogamous, all of the desire is being outsourced towards degeneracy, as opposed to having a society where a man is allowed more than one wife, for example, and then the degeneracy isn't needed. You don't need pornography and you don't need prostitution if you're allowed to have 2, 3, 4 wives if you're successful. And the point I was going to make
No, I don't believe in that.
earlier is that in certain countries this is still the case. And I'm just speaking here in generalities. I don't have proof for any of this, but if you look at Russia, right? Russia's a Christian nation. There's a lot of Muslims as well, but it's traditionally a Christian nation. But if you're a very rich, powerful Russian man, and I've been to Moscow, I can assure you, you have maybe 4 or 5 wives. Well, not wives, 4 or 5 girls.
Yeah.
And your wife understands about who the other girls are, and she doesn't really care. Don't look, don't care, don't ask. I have a Bentley, I have a big house, I have the children. He plays around with these other girls sometimes. I don't care, I'm his wife, and that's just how things are set up. That particular man who's very, very rich, he's not interested in pornography, he's not interested in prostitutes, he's satisfied, he has enough for whatever his ego desires or his heart desires. Then you look at the West, and you look at the most degenerate things which can possibly happen, which are actually levels above prostitution and pornography. If you look at Epstein's Island, for example, when you have very rich, powerful men and they're told by the public sphere, you're not allowed to have more than one woman, but they don't have God to control them. They're godless. Then they say, okay, well, how can I satisfy myself if God's not restricting me? The society is saying I can only have one woman. I'm not allowed to have 4 or 5, which would satisfy me in some regard for my ego or unhealthy reason or whatever my reason is. So I'm going to end up doing things in private. I'm going to end up doing things in secret. And then you have Epstein's Island appear. So it's kind of interesting. God is important, and God is extremely required to restrict people. But if you take the God out of the element, and you only use society to try and restrict the sexual desires of people and tell them they have to be monogamous, you're going to end up with more degeneracy than if men were allowed to be polyamorous and have more than one wife. Does that make sense?
100%. And the reason why I asked you, is this generation more evil than the last? And I wanted to circle back how you said the West is falling apart.
Yep.
I believe that it's kind of, and I always go
Is it more evil than the last?
go back to biblical reference.
Which generation is he talking about?
It's not because I'm an annoying Christian, but I just like truth, and I notice that truth comes out of these testimonies that I see. Yep. And the one thing that I've realized with humanity, God or no God, it's your access.
Yep.
And I think that's why God reflects the heart. He doesn't reflect your actions. He reflects your heart. Because let me give you an example. Pornography. I don't watch porn. The reason why I don't watch porn is, one, it's unhealthy.
No, it's very unhealthy.
Me,
for your relationships, for your soul.
Before you carry on, I don't watch porn because it's genuinely uninteresting.
It's gotten weird.
You could put porn on and I'd be like,
yeah.
I just don't get it. That's the thing.
And also, for example, I like to practice the monogamous relationship. So when I get married one day, I know my girlfriend's not going to be at the prime model look when she's 50 or whatever she is. So I got to practice that this is the only woman that I have. It's diligence. Okay, so opening up the access.
I hope he got
Look at a
shit
man who's
cards.
watching pornography. I fall off the wagon every once in a while. I'm not saying that I'm perfect. About a year, maybe 2 years ago.
Is he gonna Okay, I was like, if he's gonna suicide into me, I'm going to kill him.
And to me, that was always weird because I'm like, dude, that's your still it's your mom. Now it's your mom. And then when I last year when I did a KSI and Sidemen thing where it was Impulsive and Sidemen. We did this collab, and there was a girl who does porn there, and I made a joke, and I go, look, I'm stuck. And it went viral, and I realized, I'm like, everybody laughed at this joke because they know what I'm saying. And it's this porn style thing where if women are stuck, then men would come and have sex with them. That's
of course it is. Yeah.
That's
Yep.
And these men are enjoying this.
Yep.
So what is this teaching them? That you could take what doesn't belong to you. And I think a lot of the things that they're programming these kids to do actually comes first through pornography, because you watch it in secret and you're not really dabbling with the men what you're watching. It's kind of like a mustard seed that grows.
Yep. But then the question is, are they doing it on purpose? This is where you go deeper down the rabbit hole.
This video is sponsored by a freaking beast of a product that I absolutely love. Electric e-bike. Now, you guys always hear me talking about me riding my leaks.com. If you're dyslexic like me, I'll write it right here for you. Please visit the website. Who's doing it on purpose?
Well, there you go. Then you go deeper down the rabbit hole.
Okay, let's go deep.
Let's accept pornography is bad for a society. Let's accept that to be a fact.
It is a
and it
fact.
is true. Okay,
Yeah.
so pornography is bad for a society. Okay, why are they trying to destroy the society? Who are these people? What is their end goal? Is their end goal the sexualization of children? Is their end goal 12-year-olds to sit there and watch pornography and want to have sex? Is their end goal to confuse 12-year-olds to try and change genders?
I think that is their end goal.
Is that their end goal? I don't know. Is that why they take down the country's flag and put up another flag? This is another thing you have to understand. We talk about the Western world.
Motherfucker.
Do you mind moving that mic towards your mouth?
We talk about the Western world being.
Oh, okay, cool.
What even is the culture of the Western world anymore? We have gang signs, and we have frozen food, and we have the pride flag. What else? Like, what even is there anymore that unifies us in any regard? I mean, I think, I'm pretty sure, and I've never tested this, I don't want to find out, I'm under enough Matrix attacks, but if you were to burn an American flag and burn a pride flag, you do more time for burning the pride flag. It's a hate crime. So you have to actually then understand is, okay, if this is destroying society, is it being done on purpose, and what is the end goal of it, and who's doing it in the first place? And then it gets really scary. I agree with everything you're saying about pornography, and I agree with everything you're saying about monogamy. I'm just trying to analyze the world and how it actually functions, and how do you fix these things, and
setting examples, leading by example. My question to you is this: let's label this group of people that I want to label so we can always circle back to it. What would you like to call them? The Matrix?
The Matrix.
The Matrix. So the Matrix is there.
The Matrix.
Do you feel like the
We know what he's talking about.
Matrix is hyped up using media? My question to you is this: let's label this group of people that I want to label so we can always circle back to it. What would you like to call them? The Matrix?
The Matrix.
The Matrix. So the Matrix.
Look at
is,
his smile on
do you
it.
feel
Look
like
at the smile
Matrix
on his
is
face.
hyped up using media? My question to
We
you
know.
is this:
We
let's
know who he's
label
talking about.
this group of people that I want to label so we
I
can
wonder
always
if
circle
he's
back to it. What would
prodding
you like
for
to call
that.
them? The Matrix?
The Matrix.
Yeah.
Matrix.
We
So
know
the
who he's
Matrix
talking
is
about.
there. Do you feel like the Matrix is hyped up using media? Because think about it. When I walk around and I have discussions with people, not a lot of people have the same agenda that the media is having. And I think people are keeping up with it. So do you think they're flexing?
What is
the
this
power?
guy
Let me give you an
doing?
example.
Why
God
is-
is all powerful, all
This-
strong.
oh, this person's
The devil isn't.
offline.
But what
Okay.
his power is his lies. So he confuses you. God uses faith. The devil uses fear. Do you think the Matrix is just full of shit and they're just fear-based?
Oh, they're absolutely fear-based.
So what is your goal? If you had to fight, like you are fighting, and you're banned from what are you banned from? Like,
Everything.
But you're on Twitter.
Elon bought Twitter and restored me. Before this, I was banned on Twitter also. I'm banned on.
Why did you get banned?
It is probably
I got banned because
not
you get
what
3
you
lives.
wanted. It is
And
probably
3
not
lives
what
are
you
first you get
like,
canceled
but
and
it is
banned
what I
everywhere.
made.
And the second life is they try and put you in jail for something you didn't
can
do.
eat
and
it
the
sloppy
third
Joe
life is they
style.
assassinate.
Oh, what the fuck?
Or you can eat it biscuits and gravy style.
I got banned because I became monumentally popular.
Why would you do that?
Successful. I became the most Googled person on the planet. And then they make up a reason to get rid of you. And I'm banned on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Spotify, SoundCloud, Uber, Airbnb, Gmail, WhatsApp.
You can't get an Uber?
I can't get an Uber, no. Gmail, WhatsApp, you name an
All
application.
for standing up for what you believe in.
Well, yeah.
Huh.
I mean, I made some satirical jokes, of course. And
Could
they
you give me
take
an
them-
That was
example of
fucked up.
something that you've said that you may have crossed the line?
I don't think I ever said anything that truly crossed the line. I'm going to stand by this because I don't believe in regrets and I don't believe in sitting
What
here
a
saying sorry
dumb
for anything 'cause
fuck.
I'm not a coward.
He
If I
coulda
made
went
a
and
video
tried to
2 years
take-
ago that got 84 YouTube views, and me and my brother were joking about how women can't
And tried to
drive
take a
and
lap-
women shouldn't drive.
Africa.
And then I became the most Googled man on the planet, and then that is found, and then a bunch of feminists get upset by it. I'm not going to sit here and beat myself up over that. That's life.
Yeah.
Oh well, shit happens.
But also, like stand-up comedians make the craziest jokes. Like I was in a comedy club and they're already making jokes about Palestine. And
Of course. I mean, comedians make jokes and rappers sing about murdering people. So it's completely a double standard to come along and say that whatever I said was enough reason for me to be canceled.
Well, that scares me because censorship is the scariest thing to me
Bro,
in the world. At what
my-
point can we not worship our God?
My phone, the day the cancellation started, I'd open my phone and app by app, one by one, logged out, logged out, logged out, logged out, logged out. And it's in sync.
Why
I was
the
sitting there for
fuck
2
would they
hours,
have
and
done
every
that?
20 minutes, a new one would just log out.
Were you scared?
I knew the Matrix was real. I knew how the Matrix operated. I knew that there's
But were
a
you
centralized
scared?
power. I was scared because I knew I'd used up my first life. And then I started saying on all my podcasts, they're going to put me in jail for something I did not do. When that happens, you have to know it's a lie. And I said it about 15 times. And then 7 months later, I ended up in a cell. So I understand exactly how the world works. So yeah, I was scared. But I also believe, and I draw a lot of strength from my religion. We talk about God. I think God gives you strength. And I also believe one of the primary objectives of a religion, which ties back into what we were saying earlier about how the world could be fixed if men and women stay together and monogamy. I think the primary objective of a religion is to preserve a culture. If a religion doesn't preserve the culture, then it's failing in some regard. You should look at a religion and look at the culture underneath that religion and say, okay, it's a successful religion because the culture is adhering to its creeds. So I understand that it is my battle, if I believe in God, to try my best to preserve the culture. And then you're asking, how do I fight the Matrix? I think you fight that by a masculine empowerment, and I'll tell you why. Because we were just sitting here talking about how the devil uses fear, and you're completely correct. And I think that women are easier to scare than men. And I think that now we live in a society.
I was just trying to get a card.
Women have been empowered
What the fuck,
to the
bro?
point-
These people must be
female
noobs.
empowerment, I'm not misogynist. But they've been empowered to the point where they're more powerful than men in most scenarios. They're more powerful than men in the divorce court, more powerful than men in the custody court, more powerful than men in terms of the education system. more powerful than men in terms of their testimony, more powerful than men. I'll give you endless examples. If 10 men get murdered, nobody cares. If 10 women get murdered, it's going to be a national news story for weeks. Their life is more valuable. And I'm not saying it shouldn't be. It always has been because they can create life. My point is we now live in a society which I believe is a matriarchy. It's feminized. And men are feminized by extension. And men being feminized means that women are in charge and women are fearful. So let me give you a very simple example of why I believe masculine empowerment is how we actually get closer to God and how we fix the fight we're in against the matrix. COVID. COVID was emotional arguments. They came along and said, your grandma's gonna die. The old people, your grandma, your grandma. They used emotional arguments. Emotional arguments to create fear. That works on a woman. A woman sits there, I love my grandma. Most men would sit there and go, wait.
Let's just chill.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Grandma's already 94. Grandma's die. So I don't think we should be taking our kids out of school. Let's just calm down. Men are more stoic and more patient. If you had a household where the man's been feminized and the woman's in charge, it's over for that house. They're full COVID cucks head to toe. 10 vaccines. They are. If you had my household, where my girlfriend ran in, did you see the news? Shh. Shut up. It's stupid.
Okay,
and then it's fixed.
wait.
But this is the point. Fear. You're talking about fear, the devil using fear. Absolutely correct. How does he scare people? He scares cowards. He scares people who can't fight. He scares women. He scares people who are not prepared to stand up and resist. So masculine empowerment is absolutely and utterly how you battle the devil. You need men to be as strong and capable as possible.
Okay, this is a great pivot that I want to say. Everything you just said, I agreed with. Everything you just said, I agreed with. The only problem that I see is when you were like, shut up. Let me give you an example. Here's the reason why. Everything you just said was absolutely correct. And as a man, I could look at you, and if I had children, I'd be like, yo, listen to this man. He's being very, very correct. Now, my girl's gonna be like, well, why did he just tell his girl to shut the fuck up? Like,
I said shush.
Yes. But okay, let me give you an example.
I was dismissive with my hand.
No, I know, but you know what this means?
Flicking the diamonds.
Get the fuck out of my face. This is what every girl here. Shut up and go make me a sandwich. This is what comes out. So you're fighting getting men to be like yes, but then you turn off the women. Here's the problem. You're trying to make men more men. The men, before they listen to you, are listening to the girls because they just got a girl. They don't want to lose them. They did everything that they could to get this girl.
Correct.
So here's the thing. When you see a fireman bust into a building that's on fire, he's not going to look at the person and be like, what the fuck? Why did you do this? He's going to be like, hey, it's okay. Look at me. Grab my hand. Come out. Why can't you take that approach?
I think I am. And it's actually funny when you say I lose to women, because I'll tell you something that most people probably do not know. I don't know if I've said it before. I have never had a negative interaction with a female ever since I've been on the internet. I've not had a single woman complain at me.
I'm so sorry. Could you just use your mic?
Sure. I've never had a single woman come up to me and say anything bad. When I was in jail, I had thousands of love letters from women. I've never had a single woman complain about anything I say. Now, I agree. This dismissive, the diamonds, you know, in the light, I get it.
Yeah.
Is it purposeful? I don't want to say it's purposeful. Do I find myself amusing? Certainly.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
It's funny.
But here's the thing: we could take a joke and we could filter the bullshit.
Yeah.
But females, like you said, they're based off of emotions.
Correct.
They're gonna feel their emotions first and then react. Men are like, oh, that's fucking hilarious. Obviously, he's not gonna tell his girl to do that. Yeah. Most likely, the
What'd
real
you
scenario
say?
is like, sweetheart, come sit down. Everything's fine. Listen to me. I'm gonna protect you.
Absolutely.
So I'm just curious to know why don't you
I
just
will.
take that approach? Because I know you know what you're doing. You're a chess master. Every move you make, you're making it for a reason. Are you doing it to be polarizing?
There's no light without dark. And I think that it's actually kind of interesting. I don't have many haters anymore. For a while I did. About a year ago, there was a big group of the internet that disliked me. Now I actually would argue I'm one of the most liked people on the internet.
I think people are waking up.
People, bro, if you read thousands of comments, they're all positive. I'm one of the most liked people on the internet, and I can give you reasons for why I believe that is. But the very few people left who try and dislike me, they fuel conversation, and it's interesting for them to. It's interesting for me to hear. It's interesting for there to be debates regarding things I say. But I don't think I try and be polarizing. I try to be abrasive because I grew up in a world where I was hit very hard by life, and I think life is abrasive, and I think you learn lessons with a degree of abrasiveness. I think if things are too soft and too well explained, you don't learn them. Yeah. And you can apply that to nearly anything, right? You can go driving your car and drive fast, and you can nearly lose the tires 10 times, but you're not going to stop driving like an idiot until you hit a tree. And then you're going to be like, Okay, I learned my lesson.
Yeah.
So perhaps when I display a point, if I have to self-analyze and answer your question as a
So
professional,
this person
when I
was-
try and get a point across, if I can do something or say something which is a bit abrasive, I feel like it teaches better. I'll give an example. If I say women aren't very good at parking, as opposed to females have no spatial awareness. So it's the same thing, but one of them enrages the world. In fact, both of them make them mad, but the second one really makes them mad. Don't call women females. They hate that.
I don't.
Yeah, but I'm just warning you. But then they all get upset.
They actually get upset if you call them a female?
Absolutely. I sit on these panel shows with a bunch of women, and I'll say
What do
something
you? What do
positive.
you? If
I'll just say,
what do you respectfully call them?
Females. I just call them female.
No, I know, but if they get offended by that, then what do you call them?
Well, exactly. But this is my point. So I can decide how abrasive I want to be. You can say the same thing in different ways, and then you're asking me why am I abrasive to be.
This person's gonna
polarizing?
move
Because I feel
into
like
me.
it gets my
I feel
message
like.
across.
Oh no.
Better. I feel like it gets my message across better.
I would've moved
And
into me.
Even now, the thing I just said, which brought this whole point up, me saying shh and being dismissive, was a small way of showing a larger meta point. And the meta point was, I'm uninterested in what you're about to say, and your fear.
And
I'm uninterested in your fear.
I get this. And
But
usually
others
somebody with a logic understands this. Somebody who's probably grew up with humor understands this. Somebody who grew up with a good father understands this. So this is my thing. God made you a leader. 100%.
I'll take it.
Okay. And now you're leading men.
Yep.
But there's a huge crowd of people that you will never understand or touch because I feel pridefully you don't give a fuck. You're like, if you can't come on with me on this journey, then get the fuck bent. Literally, metaphorically, and physically.
Well, not all minds are ready to be freed. They say it inside of the movie.
But which one is valuable enough to be free? Christ saved everybody. He didn't just come and pick a couple people.
Absolutely, but you can lead a horse to water, or you cannot force it to drink. And I feel like the reason why I'm now one of the most liked people on the internet, and the reason my comments are so positive, I have to answer that question, is because I feel like I'm heavily leveraged against chaos. The thing is with my brand, I don't entertain. I do entertain, but that's not my purpose. I'm trying to teach people things. I'm trying to give them things. Even the things I sell are beneficial. I have a school that teaches people how to make money online. It's beneficial. If you follow me, you can make money online. You'll start to train and go to the gym. You'll listen to some positive motivational things. You'll feel more motivated. I'll try and guide you towards God. Either one. I'm not even strictly Islam. I believe that if you are a religious person, you're a better person regardless of the religion you choose.
Because you have to follow your morals and have boundaries.
Absolutely. So all of my
What the
messaging is
fuck?
positive. So as the world gets more messed up, I'm leveraged against chaos. As the world becomes a bigger mess, as people struggle to survive to pay their bills, as people become more and more unhappy, as the wars start, all this craziness, people sit there and go, do I want to be entertained by clowns? Do I want to watch these streamers who are clowns? Do I want to be entertained? Or do I want a solution? Do I want some form of stability? Who is saying things which can actually help me, which actually will directly impact my life in real time and make me feel better? And that's me. So I'm not an entertainer in that way, which is why I believe my brand has become so strong and why most people like me. And it's also why a lot of people will forgive me for being semi-abrasive, because I feel like as the world gets more messed up, which it is, people are going to learn some very abrasive, harsh lessons. And sometimes when you've gone through a very harsh lesson, to be given a solution which isn't harsh, you're not going to believe it. To be given a harsh solution makes you feel like, okay, this guy knows exactly what he's talking about. I was on a podcast very recently. I don't think it's even come out yet. And I was explaining to somebody, we were talking about depression, which everyone asked me about.
I'm going to circle back to that. I have something in my notes for that.
Yeah, and I was saying that as a man, your life is supposed to be shit. My argument to this is people go, oh, I don't feel good. I say, good. Your life as a man is going to be terrible the entire time. Who told you at any point, I don't know what the Bible says, I haven't read it cover to cover like I've read the Quran, but I don't think the Bible says you're supposed to be happy all of the time. The Quran certainly doesn't.
Well, Matthew, it says you're supposed to cast your anxiety and depression on him. So life isn't going to be easier, but you could go. Let me give you an example.
Sure.
When Jesus was walking on the water, this is the example I say. When a storm hits, the storm is still hitting.
Yep.
But there's a difference from you drowning in the storm or standing above the storm.
Absolutely.
And I think they're always going to have challenges and obstacles.
Storms are going to come.
But I guarantee you, there's obstacles that you could walk through with a smile on your face, then another man can fall apart.
Absolutely. I've just been through some, and I'm sure I'll have more.
What was it?
Well, it says in the Quran, just because you believe, you think Allah will not test you. Just because you believe in me, you think you're not going to be tested.
I think being tested is a great thing for
That's
you.
how God shows love.
Yeah.
Because God's love is a disciplinarian love. It's a masculine love. It's like a father. A father shows love through putting you on the bike, letting you fall over, letting you hurt your knee, picking you back up, putting you back on the bike. That's how a father shows love, and God is the same.
Your father used to push you down when you used to be a kid.
Yeah, that's right.
And your mom used to be upset about
Yeah.
this. Let's time travel back to you as a child.
Sure.
Because I feel like what made you who you are now is based mostly off of how you were raised.
Absolutely.
Take me back.
Yeah, I think I had the best possible upbringing a person can have, which is good parents and no money. I didn't get famous or rich young, which I also thank the Lord for. I think a lot of these people who get famous online quite early, I think they miss out a lot of
Do you
life.
want more?
It's
Oh,
not
yes,
real
please,
life.
baby.
It's not real
Both
life.
or-
No, I had real jobs and I did real
What?
things and I was really broke and I was really on the bus.
Yeah, I
and
want
really
two.
trying to pay rent and doing real stuff for a long time.
I wrote a line in here, and I think you can
Yeah,
relate to it.
and
a poor man.
oh,
is
you
broke,
meant both as
a
in
rich man is
like,
broke.
yeah.
So if you're broke, you can figure out a way to be rich. But if you were given everything and you don't know how to manage this life, you're broken and you don't feel like you've earned anything. I've met more depressed rich men than I've met depressed broke men.
It's amazing you say that. because
Why does this guy do
two
this?
answers to that. My first one is, I love that you say that because I always say I'm not rich. I'm a poor man with a lot of money. I always used to say that.
This
And
guy's a
I
piece
don't
of
want
shit.
to brag or anything, but just because I get asked this question.
He needs
a
to
lot.
die.
I've been extremely successful. I have hundreds of millions. In fact, I think our last valuation across everything we own was almost that. So
I
we're doing
shouldn't
very,
have moved
very.
that.
Yeah. I'm a billionaire. Top G's a billionaire, so we're doing extremely well. That's the first thing. The second thing, it's great that you say that because I completely agree. Because if you're born with everything, if you're born with all this money, you have no aspiration, nothing to actually grasp onto and trying to achieve, then money doesn't make you happy. But then, you can
Oh, they're
analyze
gonna
this
come and
another
kill
angle,
me.
right? We were just talking earlier. We can always pivot back to who the Matrix are, who's in charge. So let me ask
Do
you.
you have somebody that
Well, let me ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
If you're born into a dynasty, let's say a banking dynasty, and you're born a billionaire, and you have everything you've ever wanted ever, and money has absolutely no value at all, and a brand new Ferrari doesn't mean a thing. You could buy one every 10 minutes for the rest of your life, and money doesn't make you happy. What's the one thing that's going to make you happy?
Controlling others.
Controlling others. Power. Ego.
Mhm.
So then you sit there and start looking at things.
Because
and going,
games become real.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
now you're like, okay, well, money doesn't satisfy me. What makes me feel important? Especially if you're going to add in. Let's add in another angle to it. Let's imagine you falsely believe, because it is falsely, that you're somehow genetically better than others. You're from this lineage. You're better than the other people. And the other people, the serfs and peasants, are struggling for money. And you have unlimited money because you're so smart. And your family's always been so smart.
Thank you, baby.
Yeah. So then you're going to sit there and go, well, why did they make people put on a mask when they walked in the restaurant and take the mask off to eat and then put it on to go to the toilet and then take it off to eat and then put it back on? Because
I have a
I'll tell
theory.
you why. Because it's funny.
You
to
think
these
it's just
people.
Because it's funny.
Because it's an ego. Because it's ego.
I thought it was the
I do actually think that a little bit.
test to see how far they get pushed. on
Compliance tests.
Yeah.
Which is the same thing. So when you really understand that people who are in charge of the world are completely, like you said, broken. There are broken people. Money can't satisfy them. People said, I keep referencing COVID, and I do that because it was something tangible that everybody lived through. That's a very easy one
Well,
to reference.
this is actually it's a bad thing that could work in your favor because now they can relate to you.
Yeah.
Did you guys know we do live shows? Well, technically we've only had one real live show, and it went amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And next year we're going to be doing so many more. If you want me to come to your city, text me here, this number, so I can know where to go. I'll see. I'll be like, oh look, Chicago, or oh New York, or oh Minneapolis. Okay, enjoy the show. They went through that,
Yeah.
so it's hard to explain to a broke kid what a rich kid goes through,
Yeah.
or what a rich kid, what a broke person goes through. So this is actually a huge blessing. Do you think that COVID and people's frustration and what happened to them link them to understand your theories more?
Oh, absolutely. A lot of when I was saying during COVID about the Matrix, everyone called me crazy. And by the end of COVID, a lot of people were like, Andrew, you nailed it, day one. Because I don't think many people understand, because I wasn't nearly as famous then, but the videos exist on the internet. Me and my brother were the kings of COVID. Everyone else now understands it was garbage. Everyone else talks stuff. Everyone else has their story about how they went out.
You're
during
tough
COVID.
now.
But you're tough now. On day one of COVID, day one, when they still had the people falling over in the street in China.
Yeah, what was that? That video?
Yeah.
They're just running in the street and dropping
Died,
dead?
Yep. When the Italian hospital was overrun, day one, my brother and I sat down and had a conversation in our war room, our cigar lounge. It's very similar to this. We sit down and said, if this disease will kill people like you and I, military-aged males, then the world is over. It's zombie apocalypse. So what are we going to do? And we sat there and decided whether we should hide as long as possible or just go out all guns blazing. So we decided to go out all guns blazing like heroes. This is all documented, it's on video. And day one of COVID, when everyone else was afraid, we flew to Sweden because it was the only open country. And we spent the next 4 months.
Ironic.
Yeah.
Because who lives in
There we
Sweden?
go.
Very strange. We spent the next 4 months in Stockholm, in 6 nights a week in nightclubs with Swedish chicks, partying, while the rest of the world was locked in their house. Nobody talks about this. Nobody talks about the fact that Sweden was open, no restrictions, you could do whatever you wanted, nightclubs were open, everyone was partying, everyone else was locked up, not allowed to go to funerals. We were literally in parties all day, every day. I didn't even get sick, didn't even get cold, and it was cold outside, didn't even get the sniffles. So we beat COVID, we won COVID early. So even after this experience, for the next 2 years of COVID, I'm trying to scream at people, listen, wake up. I'm like, oh, yeah, they wouldn't just put it on the news. They wouldn't just lie to us and try and scare us all for no reason until you understand the good and evil in the world and you understand that's how the devil actually operates. But the point I was going to make earlier about talking about how these people are broken and money doesn't satisfy them. People often say, COVID was just for money. And I say, that's actually a very optimistic view of the world. It wasn't just for money. It was for something far worse.
They have money.
They print money.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
They make money. They are the money.
When I found out about I just learned about how they print money. I literally could not believe
Oh yeah,
it.
money's not real.
For 3 days, I'm sitting around, so I'm like, what the fuck is this? So they just print this shit?
Money is not real. It's not real. They just print it. It's not real.
Fair. Please continue.
Yeah, so money's not real. And I say that to people. They go,
So
"What
it's
do you
not
mean?"
about money.
No, it's not about money. So what's it about? It's about power and control. Because when you get to a certain level of wealth, and I'll talk from my own personal experience, I want people to understand I come from the lowest possible socioeconomic background. I come from a single mother household. My father and mother broke up when I was 9. I lived in Newton, England, which is the worst town in England. I grew up and went to a school with a 3% pass rate. Everyone around me was stabbing each other and selling drugs.
I thought
And
you
they were in
said your
jail.
father was one of the best fathers you've ever had.
He was, but my mother and father broke up and he stayed in America and I moved to England. And he wasn't financially successful, but he taught me other lessons.
Gotcha.
And I'm glad he didn't give me money because I think that a harsh upbringing and a harsh life makes a man a man. I don't think you learn a lesson any other way. But I've come from the absolute bottom, and now I'm up at a position where we have a very large empire. A lot of it is shadow. Most people don't know what it is, but even our overt things, even our university and things that are online are turning over $15 million a week. So we're doing crazy sums of money. So I've been from the absolute bottom to the absolute top. I've seen it all. And once you get past a certain level of wealth, once you get past a certain level of money, yeah, but then you understand what money is, right? So we say about money not being real. Money is not real from a governmental perspective because they just print it. It's nothing. But money is truthfully the stored time and energy of other people. If you have money, you have stored time and energy of other humans. Because
people are hourly rates.
That's right. Because I can take that money and make someone else use their time and energy for X thing.
Got it.
So
So
once-
it's a different version of slavery.
Absolutely. Because if
Ha.
I'm going to come along and say, you're no longer my slave. As my slave, you had to work for a house and a car. You're no longer my slave. In slavery, let's actually look at slavery.
Slavery began that way.
Yeah, in slavery
Yeah,
said you work on my
that's like what biblical slavery was.
plantation, I give you somewhere to eat.
Or I'll give you my daughter.
Yeah.
This is how people would work. And that's why they were like, oh, your Bible believes in slavery. I'm like, slavery was different. It wasn't like, there was bondages. And there was slavery. That's why the Egyptians, that's a whole different type of slave. But the original.
Wait, oh.
See Matt Walsh in Ladyballs, streaming exclusively on Daily Wire Plus.
Early mornings, late nights, steady hands, true aim. The pursuit of upland birds is our passion. Equality is our promise. Chief Upland, built for your pursuit.
Origination of slavery was like a debt. I'm paying you a debt.
Yep. Completely. So let's look at even American slavery, the slavery that most Americans understand. You're going to work for me, I'm going to give you a house, and I'm going to give you food, and you're going to stay here and you're going to work. Slavery is abolished. So now what do we do? You're going to work for me, I'm going to give you that, I'm going to give you some money, and that money is enough to only buy you a house and some food. We've just put money in the middle. Now, if I can make you do whatever I want for money, and I can print as much money as I want, you're my slave. Because I can print it from the sky, and you need it to live. So you are my slave. Money's not real. So I have all of this money. I have the stored time and energy of other humans. And once you get past a certain level,
thank you, bro.
You understand, which ties back to COVID, that you're not interested in money. What you're interested in is people. It's always been about having good people around you. You want a beautiful, doting, loving woman who's obsessed with you. You want good brothers who will stand by you and make you motivated. You want bodyguards who are going to protect you. You want people. And then you want to look at it further down the rabbit hole. You want to get more sinister. If you've been born into a lineage or a dynasty or the people who control the world, you want people, you want robot people. You don't want to be spoken to disrespectfully. In your empire, in your podcast empire, right? You now have a podcast. Would you allow a member of staff to come along and say, this is bullshit, I don't like how you do this, this is shit, you're shit? Or would you fire him?
I don't know if I would fire them. I would first try to teach them how to behave.
And if they didn't listen?
They're out.
Or absolutely. So let's imagine you ran a country. All right. Or let's imagine you ran the world. And then let's imagine there's this guy called Top G who sits down there and becomes the most Googled man in the world for telling the world that COVID's a lie. And you're making everybody run around and do everything you say. You're going to allow that person to get away with it? And now you start to understand, that's how the Matrix operates. So the people who are broken, raised on money, are so obsessed with power and control, which explains a lot of the society we're in, because they don't look up to God. These people think they are God. So
that's the biggest fault.
And they're trying to make robots of us all. They're trying to enslave us.
You know what bothers me more than anything is when I walk into an establishment and the person who's working is like, go to there, and they point at a machine. What breaks my heart is that machine is going to replace you.
Yeah.
And you have no idea.
Yeah.
So you've gotten in a place where the person above you is encouraging you to be replaced. That's like, hey, see yourself out. Legitimately.
Yep.
See yourself out.
But people don't think. They don't, and they absolutely lack perspicacity. And then you go further down the rabbit hole, because like I said, there's layers to the rabbit hole. I don't even know how Alex Jones you want me to go, but he's right about a lot.
All the way.
He's right about a lot of things.
Hello?
So you're an Alex Jones fan.
I like a lot of the things he says.
What? Yeah, what for? What for? Okay. Alright. I'll tell her. I'll see you later. Bye.
And I'm not saying I agree with everything he says, but a lot of the things he says have been proven to be absolutely true. You know, you say conspiracy theorist. Nowadays, that just means you're ahead of the curve, unfortunately. And Alex was talking about, and a lot of other people are talking about, and there's a lot of text which talks about the fact that the people who are in charge of the world, they believe that as AI improves, a huge percentage of the planet are going to become useless eaters. They don't need you anymore.
That actually scares me. The guy who created it even is scared of it.
Well, that's the thing. So let's give a thought experiment. As it stands right now, most people are so uninteresting and so unremarkable that you could replace them online with a chat GPT bot and you wouldn't really notice. Genuinely, that's how boring most humans are. If you're special and remarkable and unique and you're famous or you do whatever, that's different. But most people you could replace with ChatGPT by text, you wouldn't even notice. And that is a free application which is brand new. Imagine we're going to be in 20 years from now. So we start talking about useless eaters.
If this motherfucker does
very
this.
important, very powerful people at length. The same people who are trying to give you the vaccine are talking about the fact that the population of the Earth needs to decline. Why do we need, they say it, Bill Gates says it. Why do we need to get rid of people? Well, machines will do it. So why do we need people sitting around who have hopes, dreams, aspirations? They want health care, they want safety, security,
What the fuck are you
children,
doing?
all of this garbage. We just need somebody to do X job, and a machine can do X job. So what do we need these people for? So then you start looking.
I find it weird that Hollywood was the first one to strike about it, but it was about actors.
Well, yeah, because have you ever asked ChatGPT to write a movie?
Like that?
Bro, it's better than anything you've seen in Hollywood in a long time. There's no woke bullshit. There's no trans.
There's no woke bullshit.
Black, double-dicked fucking hero. So it's great.
You know what's so funny is that like this episode is definitely gonna like fuck my account up, but I'm in for it. I'd rather be like real and like if I God forbid if I passed away.
This person could have went like this, boom, and then sent their.
I'm really enjoying this conversation.
Absolutely.
So
What a dumb fuck.
they're gonna wipe people out. with robots. How do you get in the way of that? So you want to be the Superman of this generation.
It's not about me. It's not about me trying to be the Superman, because I'm not that arrogant. It's just about me understanding what I know is going to happen, and feeling like if God has given me a platform which people listen to me, I should at least tell the truth of what's going to happen. Okay. When I'm sitting there and saying to men, look, life as a man is shit. It's always been shit. It's never been good. When men wake up and say I'm depressed and life is hard and I'm sad and I'm struggling right now, I say, okay, throughout history, men have always struggled. Happiness is for children and women. Name a time in history it was better to be a man. Was it better to be a man in World War II? Was it better to be a man on the Titanic? Was it better to be a man in the Napoleonic Wars? Was it better to be a man when you were sitting in Vienna and the Mongol horde arrived, ready to decapitate any male and enslave all the females? When's it ever been good to be a man? Building the pyramids, was that fun? It's always sucked. The only time being a man ever is good is if you become an exceptional man, which is even something feminists admit. Because feminists sit and complain about men and say, well, men have this, men have that. But they're talking about 2% of men.
Fascinating.
They don't talk about all men. They say men have the best jobs. 2% of men have the best jobs. Most men carry trash. So you're talking crap. So everyone accepts that the best possible human experience that exists is the top 2% of men. Anything below that sucks as a man. You're better off being a chick. So what I say to men is, look, life's hard. It's always going to be hard. It's always going to suck. It always has. The only way to get out is to become excellent and perform at a level where your echelon is so high that you get to live this brand new experience. You need to become strong and smart and interesting and charismatic. You need to become rich, powerful, well-known, connected. You need to do it.
But can all men do that?
No.
So, okay.
But I have to tell them the truth. When people come along to me and say, my life's shit, and I look at them and go, yes.
Do you feel like you could change it? Shit. Do you think you could change all of that just from a perspective? I'll give you one. I am happy all the time now. I was in a bad place because I realized I was just focusing on bad things. And I was being a pussy and not fixing what I needed to fix. Once I fixed what I needed to fix, I started focusing on the good things in life. Like today, I'm sitting with Reed, we're having breakfast, and I looked down, we had a buffet, and I had a crazy amount of plate, like just a crazy plate. I took a video of it. And I looked at him and I go, do you realize even the greatest men 1,000 years ago wouldn't be able to have all of this decorated on the plate? And we throw this out. So it's perspective.
Agreed.
So do you think that you need to make more rich men or more rich in the heart men?
That's a very good question. And when I say rich, I teach financials because I think financials are important.
It's a tool.
It's a tool, and you have a responsibility to take care of your family. So I think that as a man, your happiness comes from feeling respected over feeling loved. And the reason perhaps you're happy now is because you have more respect for yourself because of the decisions you're making. And you have self-respect.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of men, even if they have self-respect, if nobody else respects them, they're struggling. I think male depression can be fixed with respect.
I want to tap into depression. What's your thoughts on that?
Thriftbook's new reading rewards are sweeter than ever. And now you have 3 levels of benefits. With each level, you get more rewards for... What? It's on this side? Oh, okay. With each level, you get more rewards for... Are we agreeing? With each... You know, you try pointing at an invisible graphic sometime. Can't see it.
Hi, Aaron. Can you pick up 10 $500 gift cards for the office bonuses and email back the PIN numbers?
Take America.
I think that it's massively overdiagnosed. I say depression isn't real because I speak in absolutes. I think the idea of feeling depressed is real. I don't feel like it's a clinical disease that you catch from the sky and it can't be fixed. I feel like depression is feedback, pain is feedback, and your mind and body is telling you something must change, and you make those changes, you will feel happier. I don't buy into the idea that it is a disease. I think it's situational, and you must change your situation and your actions and your decisions to feel better. And that's why I say it's not real. It's not a disease.
I have a point of view on it. I wanted to share mine and see if it kind of matches yours and if you have a viewpoint on it.
Sure.
When I grew up, I like to describe myself, and then a lot of people get annoyed about that, and they're like, "Why do you talk about yourself? Who the fuck am I gonna talk about?" Do you know what I mean? Like, I hate that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna sit there and talk about Joe. I don't know who the fuck Joe is. I'm gonna talk about George.
Yep.
George was raised. If I came home, I had a really tough childhood, and it's documented. I had a tough childhood when it came to making friends. I wasn't educated. They didn't know I was dyslexic. I had a lot of problems when I came home.
I didn't know that he was dyslexic.
If I ever looked at my mom like I'm depressed, she goes, "No, you're not." And she nipped it right there. Stop saying that.
Based.
And then I grew up, and I'm reflecting. I'm gonna bring it back to
Are they gonna hit me
In the
again?
beginning was the what?
In the beginning was light, wasn't it?
In
In the beginning was
that's-
the stars, and I should know this.
In the beginning was the word.
Oh yeah.
And he created everything with what? His mouth.
What the fuck
And
are you
everything's
doing?
vibration. People that don't even believe in God believe in energy.
Yes.
Okay. I think that we got to a place where if I looked at you every single day and I was somebody you cared about and was like, "You're depressed, bro. You have you're anxiety. You have anxiety. I have anxiety." So if I'm telling myself this every single time I have a problem, I'm feeding myself this. Bruce Lee had a thing saying, "Don't joke about yourself because your body doesn't even know what's a joke or not," right? So the philosophy that I'm going about is, are you talking it into existence? Are you, what's the word, manifesting it?
Of course you are.
So I don't understand why people, they go to a therapist or they go to medication, but they won't fix their fucking mouth first.
It's so interesting you say this, because when I say depression isn't real and it's situational and you have to change your situation to feel better, people often come back to me and say, "Well, what about celebrities? Because celebrities live perfect lives and they kill themselves." And I argue that with the exact point you made. Because a celebrity sits there, Robin Williams, "I'm depressed." And instead of people sitting down with him and saying, "Robin, listen,
shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. You're as famous as you can get. You live the most privileged life you can live. You can have a 19-year-old girlfriend tomorrow. Let's find out what's making you sad. Let's go on safari. Let's see some tigers."
Or get rid of the shit that's making you depressed.
Completely.
There's no attack towards making progress. There's just trying to take the easy way out.
That's
One,
right.
labeling myself.
Yep.
Sorry, guys. I can't do it today. I have anxiety. Or I have depression. Now, mind you, there might be some people out there that actually
Yeah, no, I do think a lot of it is just bullshit.
wake up and they have a lot of things on them. I think you need to find God.
Oh, absolutely.
That's it. Because if you had a God, you would know that you could cast your anxieties and depression on him. Now, having faith is a big thing for me. Big thing. If I didn't have faith, all the obstacles I would look at, let me give you an example. When I first started the show, I was like, I don't know how, but I'm going to have this conversation with you. Now, fucking crazy. I came off of impulsive. Some people might not even want to do anything with me because I was the laughed at kid.
Yeah.
But I manifested and I pushed and I encouraged myself.
Yep.
I could have sat around like a pussy and be like, "Oh, no one's going to give a fuck about me. No one's going to do this. No one's going to do that." But if I can't care about myself, if I can't push myself, and if I can't encourage myself, who the fuck's going to come around and do that for me?
Nobody's going to care about you more than you.
Nobody.
Nobody's going to wake up each morning and go, "You know what? Andrew Tate only has 53 cars. He needs a 54th car. I'm going to get up and I'm going to work hard and buy him a car." No, that's my job.
Did your money make you happier? Or did it cause you more anxiety?
Okay, that's a really interesting question, which we'll talk about, actually. But everything you said about depression is super true. And Robin Williams, his mistake is that he went to a therapist who confirmed his bias, confirmed he's depressed. They then sat there and talked about being depressed 3 times a week for 2 hours a day. Then they put him on mind-altering drugs to make him feel better. And after 9 years of therapy, he jumped off a building. If I were to take mind-altering drugs and talk about being sad all day, every day, I'd probably jump off a building too. So it's absolutely the wrong thing you can do. And
Are they
I wanna
gonna
make a point
slam
here,
me?
because when I talk about depression, people always defend it. I said this. I was having a conversation with somebody.
By
and
the
I
way,
said-
hold on. Defending what? You have depression, I have depression. But we don't sit around fucking moping about it.
But the depressed people do. This is
So
interesting.
you can't get mad at us for not going in the motion that you want to go about. You're trying to say that you're getting mad at me for saying that I don't sit in my depression. I'm not saying that depression doesn't exist. I'm saying that I'm not giving it flowers. Everything is a mustard seed. If you water that bullshit, it's going to fucking grow. What I don't understand is that the reap and sow is everything that anyone does. But people will reap one thing, and then when they're sowing this bullshit, they'll be like, "Wait, why did I get this?
Why did I get this?" Yeah.
I'm like, "Because you were fucking, you planted this crop, but every single day you were talking about that crop."
Yep, absolutely, completely true. And I said this many times before. I don't believe in things that take away power from me. I don't care if depression is real. I don't care if I'm wrong. I don't believe in something that takes away power from me because I can't become depressed if I don't believe in depression. And that allows me to shield my mind from the idea of being a depressed person. I can feel depressed temporarily, but I can never become a depressed person because it doesn't exist. You can lock me in a Romanian jail cell for 93 days with cockroaches. I will not be depressed. I will feel a little bit sad, of course, but I will never become a depressed person because I don't believe in it. And when I say this, depressed people are like, no, depression's real, it's ruined my life, it's taken everything from me, depression's real, depression's real. I said, you sound like it's promotional team. You sound like it's
their
PR
god.
team.
It's their god.
They're
worshiping it.
You're worshiping it because it gives you a cure-all excuse for your monumental failures, as opposed to waking up and going, you know what, maybe I'm a fuck-up. Nothing to do with depression. Maybe I've just been fucking up. Maybe depression isn't real and I've just been fucking up and I should fix a few of these things.
What have I been reaping?
Absolutely. And you'd be amazed how depression will lose power over your life and lose its ability to destroy your life if you stop giving it so much respect and just wake up and say, let me fix X, Y, and Z. What can I control?
Let me clear, just in case there's some people that might not catch up to our speed. I do not believe that some people, sorry, let me rephrase this. I believe that some people are depressed every single day, but I believe that their steps into fixing that is one, first and foremost, find God immediately.
Okay.
Two, instead of running to somebody and expressing your problems every single day, just sitting there, just telling somebody your problems every single day, find some friends, go to the gym. Instead of talking about your problems, talk about your goals, talk about your dreams. Focus on something that is not negative. If there's two wolves, and I'll say this every time, I've said this a few times, there's two wolves, Andrew. One's chained up in the dark, one's chained up in the light. Which one lives?
Yeah, absolutely. One the light.
The one you feed.
Interesting.
So I could feed the one in the dark all day and it's gonna live, and the one in the light's gonna die.
Correct.
What are you focusing on?
Right.
So I'm not saying that if you're depressed that it's in your head. I believe that you're putting it in your head. And I believe that you could fix this by your mouth. Start by taking actions and taking accountability for what you are saying. The people that are jacked go in the mirror. It sounds stupid, but it's true. Bro, look how fucking jacked I'm getting. Look how jacked I'm getting. And guess what? They start getting jacked. Why? Because they're motivating themselves to get in the gym, eat healthier. They consistently talk about their body, so when bad food gets put on their table, they're like, nah, I don't want this right now. It's all about your mouth. Your tongue is the sharpest thing in the world.
And then we use that in the adverse, right? You can use that the other way around. This is why I answered the light wolf, because I believe that
your mind is focused on it.
Absolutely. But let's use it the other way around. So you can speak yourself also positive, which we know, but I think there's a
Hi everyone. Welcome to my Doomsday Last Survivors vlog.
What the fuck is
We're out
this?
on a mission to fight zombies and search for resources.
mistake that a lot of people make with that. A lot of people are obsessed with the idea of happiness. And especially as a man, I think that happiness can actually be a very destructive motivator. And when men sit and say, I want to be happy, I want to feel happy. To feel happy, a lot of the time, you're looking for temporary hedonism. To be happy, you want to get drunk, or take drugs, or do something stupid temporarily, and it's very short-lived. I think you should instead be looking as a man to say, I want to feel proud. If you choose pride over happiness, you're going to make decisions that you're proud of and the people around you are proud of, and it's going to be better for yourself and better for society and better for everyone who loves you, everyone you care about.
I think that's the first thing you said that I disagree with.
You disagree? I think the best thing a man can do is wake up and say, what can I do that's going to make me proud of myself and other people are proud of me?
Let's get into our debate.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Ooh.
I believe that pride will always be the downfall. In fact, God calls it an abomination. If you stand before God and you search for anything in your heart and you take pride in it, you're saying that you did it, not God. That is my argument against that one. Two, happiness could be today. It's all perspective. If you look at a tree, you could look at it and be like, oh, me and my dad used to pick apples from that tree. Or his father hung himself from that tree. It's the perspective. So anything could be changed in the perspective. So if you ask from God's perspective, God used to walk into the room and say, shalom, peace be upon you. So I believe you could enter peace. I believe that you can only find peace when you welcome God into your life. Now, it might sound like a crazy nutcase that's a religious man, but I truly believe in all of my heart that money will never give you peace. I believe love will give you peace. Love comes from God and the people that are around you. Your mother gives you peace. Your father gives you peace. You can't buy that. And if you ask God for 5 things, only 5 things, Andrew, your Bugatti wouldn't be there.
Absolutely.
But your brother would.
Of course.
So you come into the world with peace and love.
But you don't think pride is one of the biggest motivators of masculine excellence? You don't think
No,
that...
because once you achieve it, you want more, and that's where it gets
Of course, but you
dangerous.
do not think Mayweather decided he wanted to be proud of himself by beating
Why would
everyone?
you
don't
want to be
think Michael...
Mayweather? What, so you can have money
Michelangelo...
and then just pick on YouTubers and box them?
Of course. I'm not insulting Mayweather, or good or bad, but
Well, actually, I might cut that because it might jump me. So
Michelangelo.
Okay. He cut his ear off.
Okay. Artists, Da Vinci. What I'm saying is some of the most beautiful works of art, some of the most gorgeous cathedrals, some of the most beautiful churches you'll ever lay your eyes on were done because a man felt proud of his work. Feeling pride in
But
yourself.
what happened to that
and
man?
being proud. Of course, but
What's
being
your plan now?
So you're looking at the art and you're trying. That's pride.
Orange.
You want everybody to take pride into you. But guess what, Andrew? Right now, if you died, regardless of all the work you've done, regardless of all of everything that you put in, I'm a better man. Reed's a better man. DaVinci's a better man. I forgot your name. I'm so sorry.
Bailey.
Bailey's a better man. All these guys are a better man for 2-3 generations. But when you die, you have the same grave of a man that you hate because time moves on.
Of course.
Everything collects moth and rust.
Yeah.
So what's the point?
You don't think God can give you pride in yourself for doing the right things?
I think that you can find joy in it, but again, everything has its time. So you take pride in your art, but at one point, all those artists became crazy, bro. So what's the fucking worth of it?
Okay, I understand that. So we can look at it a bunch of different ways, but you just talked about a man looking in the mirror and being proud of his body to motivate himself. That's pride.
Absolutely, pride to an extent, right? Pride to an extent. But if it's your motivator, that's the problem. Everybody needs a certain type of emotion. You need fear, but you're not going to live fear
Of
throughout
course,
your whole
but we
life.
have our default emotions that we seek, and this is the point I'm making, because when I talk to people, I think we all have our default emotions we seek, and depressed people, their default emotion that they're looking for is sympathy. They want sympathy, either from themselves or from somebody else, and they always have a sob story. It's always about how hard their life was, and they did drugs, and blah, 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 and they want everyone to feel sorry for them. They're searching for sympathy. If you're the kind of person who searches for happiness, whether male or female, in my experience, people who search for happiness end up doing hedonistic, temporary, stupid things. When I find men who search to feel proud of themselves, I want people to be proud of me, and I want to be proud of myself, and I want to be respected. They often delay happiness. They often go through very difficult things and build things which are beautiful or build things which are difficult to do. They often go to the other side of fear to feel that pride. I did it. I faced my fear. I did it.
Yeah.
So I think as a man searching for pride or searching to feel proud is a pretty positive mindset for masculine achievement. I understand what you're saying from the biblical sense. I actually understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I just say if you were to take a man and say, how would you make your parents, your girlfriend, and yourself proud of you?
I agree. I just don't want it to be the driving vehicle. That's the only thing I care about. I just don't want it to be the driving vehicle, right?
And then I have to sit here and analyze myself. Is pride the driving vehicle for me? Like, why do I even...
100%
Why
is.
do I even do what I do? Like, do I feel proud of myself when I awaken people to how the Matrix works? Well, yes. But is that because I believe I'm helping them, or do I just feel happy in and of myself? Why do I own all the things I own? Why do I want all the things I want? And it's very interesting you asked a question earlier before we got down this point when you said, has money made me happier or made me more anxious? And the answer to that is both. I think that you're certainly anxious when you have an empire because you understand how difficult it is to maintain, especially in my position, right? I've been hit by DCAT and FBI and all these huge federal agencies who are trying to take everything I've ever worked for.
And from your loved ones that you're leaving
from my
for.
loved ones,
Yeah.
all the money I've ever made. It's actually a very difficult, precarious situation to be in. And even if you ever get to the position where you pay yourself $500,000 every single morning, you get concerned with, am I still going to be allowed? Am I still going to be able to do this? Then the money ain't making you happy. You're working so hard to make sure you'll always be able to pay yourself that money that you don't even spend that you don't even need.
That's the pride thing I was trying to tell
of
you
course,
about.
Of course,
So
but
you're
this is how you
feeding
hold
it,
on to things.
and it's a stomach that keeps needing.
It does keep needing. You're completely right. But that's also how there's no light without dark. The stomach keeps needing. Completely agree with you. But that's also how I manage to propel myself from here to here. And I'm going to go want to beat this garbage even higher. So I agree
It's
with
your
you.
gas.
It's my gas.
Yeah.
My gas is. And then, so there's anxiety attached.
Did that change when you got a daughter?
I think in some ways it got worse because there's anxiety attached to my money, but the true happiness that I get from my money is the fact that I can give people I care about anything I want.
You can set them free.
I can set them free.
Yeah.
So I said this even to a girl I was dating. I said, you're happy all the time. And I love that. Because I'm stressed. And I'm not complaining about being stressed. I think the masculine role is to wake up stressed. I wake up stressed. I wake up and I've got a bunch to do, a bunch of people to talk to, a bunch of money to make, etc. I'm stressed. I'm not miserable, but I'm certainly concerned all of the time. I'm focused all of the time. I'm always busy. I have a lot going on. I'm never relaxed. I'm never at peace. That's not who I am as a person.
Do you think people confuse stress with depression?
I think so, and I think that you're supposed to be stressed.
That's
And
what I'm
I
saying.
can-
So maybe they feel what you're feeling, but you've said that it's stress, which is good. You need stress. You need to have your back up against the wall, or you're gonna be a lazy fuck.
Or you won't do anything.
Yes.
Absolutely.
But people might think that emotion, because they feel that emotion, that stress that's on them, and then somebody comes out of the woodwork and be like, oh, that's depression.
Yeah, which is the coward's ways out. But I actually love feeling stressed. I do best when I'm
pushes
stressed.
you.
Fuck.
I've had 87 professional fights. For about 3 of those fights, for some reason, I wasn't nervous, and it really bothered me. So why am I not nervous? I like feeling nervous. I like being stressed. I fight better. I react quicker. Have you ever been jumped? Like you get scared if someone jumps out at you? That's when you're the fastest you've ever been.
Yep.
So I think stress is a fantastic motivator. It's a beautiful thing. But I was saying to this girl, I don't get any of the happiness you get from life. You wake up and you do your nails and you shop for Prada and you get to look gorgeous and you smile all day and you get to make a cute cupcake and you bring me the cupcake and you laugh, ha ha ha, cupcake. I'm concerned with real important things. D-Car trying to put me in jail. Millions of dollars have gone missing. Like, I'm dealing with real stuff. You're dealing with cupcakes. But I am happy that I go through all of
The Night Country takes us one by one.
this so I can make you happy.
Yeah.
So my money makes
You're a
me happy.
provider.
Yeah,
How the
I'm
fuck
a
did I
provider. My
get
money
such
makes me
shit
happy
dice?
because every single person I love lives a fantastic life.
Can I ask
and
you a
if
question?
I have to suffer, if I have to suffer so 50 people can live content, I believe that a man should do that.
I think you have a warrior mindset, right? And you have people that you care for and you provide for. You have your brother and you have your family.
Yeah.
Do you feel like your stress comes from holding on to what you hold dear, that pride aspect of things? Like, I gotta be top G. Nobody's top G. I'm top G.
You know where I actually think it comes from? I actually think it comes from because I know I've only reached 10% of what I can actually do.
Let's go, bro.
And that bothers me. And no matter how much money I'm making or how was Googled man alive, whatever, I can still identify the inefficiencies in my systems. I can still identify where more money could have been made. And money isn't that important, but like we said, money is a very simple way to measure success because it's numbers. Numbers are easy.
Yeah.
This number, that number. It's easy. What does a company do when it wants to measure the success of a company? It looks at the numbers. What does a YouTube channel do? It looks at the numbers. Numbers are easy. So if you're going to say, how do I be successful in life? Money's not everything, but it's a nice, easy way to measure because it's numbers. And then when you understand it's the time and energy of other people, you sit and go, okay, well, I have this large empire now, and I have all these people who work for me, and all these people I love, and all these people I care about, and all these children, and all this going on, and the world is getting more and more messed up, and everything's on a decline, and everything's being destroyed, and a certain number of people are going to become useless eaters, are going to be eradicated, and they're going to try and lock us all in our 15-minute cities for the climate or some garbage. That's coming in no time. How do I combat and fight all of this and protect all the people I care about? Well, I need the time and energy of others. I need an army, so I need money. So you start waking up saying, okay, 1 billion is shit, Tristan. And he's like, Andrew, we're from a single mother household, and our company got valued at $1.2 billion, and you own 100% of it. No, we need at least 10. And then you start getting, then I get mad. And my stress comes from the fact that I don't have enough. But is it for me, or is it for just being able to care about all the people I care about?
Well, from
When
how
I-
you described it, it seems like you're just gearing up for war. And a man who knows his next move
There we
knows
go.
his next problems.
Yeah.
So I think you're 4 steps ahead and you're looking at 8 problems.
Somebody said it.
Do you want more coffee?
I'd love more coffee.
Could you get 2 more from him?
Someone said it, and I can't remember who said it, but it said that finance are the, I think it was...
I'm so sorry. Could you? I know you
Sorry.
don't have headphones.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Finance are the sinews. I can't remember the exact saying, but he said it perfectly. He basically said that money is, if you're going to go to war, get your money right.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely. What are we sending to Ukraine right now?
Money.
Billions of dollars.
That we print
Money.
on.
What do we send to Israel? Money. Money, money, money. Right? So if I feel like I'm going to go to war, I need money. And even in this war I've been in, even when I went to jail, right? Not a lot of people understand how the legal system works, but the process itself is a punishment. The day I was arrested, all of my bank accounts were frozen. All of my cars were seized.
That's scary, dude.
Yeah, all of my cars were seized. All of my diamond watches were taken. $900,000 in cash was taken. Gold bars was taken. All of my value was taken, right? So since January,
You're the one who
I
ran.
haven't had access to $1. It's now been a year, and I don't have a penny, according to DCAW and the Romanian legal system. Luckily, I have some good friends who look after me. But let's say...
You winked at me like I had that funds. Look.
But
I don't.
They've taken everything officially.
So you still don't have your stuff back?
No, of course not. So this is my
Why
point.
are you still here?
Well, I can't leave.
But okay, are you going to leave once you can? Because I feel like they just proved that you can't speak here either.
Well, that's the thing that's scary. If you can't speak here, which is the most Christian country on earth. You know, Romania, outside of Vatican City, is the most Christian country on the planet.
98%, and then the other two are like a different denomination of
that's
Christian.
right. Most Christian country on the planet. And all I'm talking about is traditional masculinity, and I got hit.
Are you upset with them for what they did, or do you feel like they had valid reasons to do what they did?
As a man, you have to take self-accountability for absolutely everything. I'm still upset with what they've done. However, there are equal opposing forces inside of Romania, one trying to lock me up and one that keeps setting me free.
And that's going to be everywhere.
Yeah, so I have people in this country on my team. The whole country's not against me, or I never would have got out. So
do you feel like they're more moving towards your direction?
This will be dropped. I'm not going to be found guilty because I've done nothing wrong. But
and if you don't mind me asking, what did they try to pin you for?
They accused me of human trafficking. They accused me of using the lover boy method, which is convincing girls by being nice to do a job to take the money from the girls, because I told 2 of my friends who are girls how to get big on TikTok.
That's why all of this happened to you?
Yeah.
So did somebody else plant this on you?
Oh yeah, the Matrix.
Okay, gotcha.
You got too big. Your ability to speak, which that's a side point. Let me just finish here about what I was talking about money and gearing up for war. Since January, I haven't had access to a single dollar. Now I'm me, right? So perhaps I have very rich friends. Perhaps I was paranoid and prepared. Perhaps I have multiple identities. Who knows how I pulled it off to have all new cars again, right? But most humans could not survive getting grabbed from their house in January, all of their bank accounts frozen, every app on their phone taken away from them, their passport seized, thrown in a cell, and then taken out of that cell, locked in their house for 5 months, and then even when they're allowed out the house, they still don't have a dollar. How do you pay the rent? How do you pay the bills? How do you feed people? And this is what's actually interesting, because when I was in jail,
What
my
the
number one
fuck?
concerns were not for me. My biggest concerns when I was in jail was for everyone I care about. I'd get my phone time, and I'd be on the phone like, okay, and they're like, what's going on? What's going on? I'm like, listen, we only have 5 minutes.
Let me make sure you get paid.
Is this paid?
Yeah.
Are you okay? Do you need this? Do you need that? I just spent all my time trying to look after other people from a prison
Fuck you.
cell with seized
You're
bank
dead.
accounts.
Did you think you were going to come out?
No. I thought I was there for a very long time. I thought I was stuck. I thought it was over. I was sitting there talking to people who were there, they've been there for 4 years without trial, my friend. Everyone
honest.
around me had been there for years without trial.
When you were put on house arrest, was there any moment that you cried from like happiness? It's just like, I'm out. I can't believe I'm out.
I never cried from happiness. And I never cried from sadness, because I think crying is an act in and of itself. To cry is to sit and cry. I didn't do that. I did have tears run down my face.
Hey man, that's crying.
No, it's not, because I was busy. Having tears run down my face as I'm doing push-ups, or tears run down my face as I'm organizing the school for my child and my voice isn't breaking, is different than sitting and crying. I didn't sit and dedicate myself to crying. I didn't sit and do the act of crying. My eyes leaked as I achieved. That's what happened to me when I was inside of jail.
What made your eyes leak the most? What was the most concern that was on your heart?
My concern was for everybody else.
The number one, though, who's the person that you were like, I need to make sure that I look good in their eyes, and I need to make sure that they're good?
Of course I can answer that my children, but my children are actually quite young, so they weren't overly concerned, because at their age, you know, dad's away, whatever. I'm not entirely sure. I think it was just an overarching view of everything, and I felt a frustration because I had built this monumental empire and it got seized from me, which is a whole nother conversation we can go down when you talk about ownership and property and how the Matrix works.
You don't own anything.
Well, you never do.
I mean, you owned all this, but then they're like...
That's right. So what do you own? You own the body you're in, perhaps, but then they force you to get a vaccine, so maybe you don't own that anymore. You own your soul. You can own your thoughts, but then that belongs to God. So then what do you even own now on this planet? Because I have people say to me all the time, oh, I'd love to buy a house. I own my house. You don't own that house. You have to pay property taxes every month. And if you don't pay them, they'll take it off you. You're renting it from the government. Piss the government off, and you'll see how long you own your house. Because I tell you what's going to happen. They're going to turn up with a piece of paper and say it's ours. Done. Happened to me. So you never even own anything on this earth.
Get ready, Montana. Place bets on your favorite teams and games, both collegiate and professional, with Sportsbet Montana. With over 500 locations statewide, it's never been easier to get in on the action. Choose from spreads, money lines, parlays, and more. Excitement? You bet. Action? You bet. Winning? You bet. Visit sportsbetmontana.com or download the app now. Sportsbet Montana, Montana's exclusive sportsbook.
No matter how much money you have, right? which also puts money in perspective. All it is the time and energy of other people. It's all it's good for. You can buy a Bugatti, but you don't own that Bugatti. You can drive it a bit if they let you. And piss the Matrix off enough, they'll take that off you too. So the whole world, if you actually start analyzing how it all works, is interesting. But yeah, my concerns in jail were for absolutely everybody else. And that's perhaps why I'm gearing up for war so heavily, because I believe that this war can't be avoided. And a lot of people ask me, why, with my money, do I not do one of two things? Which is one, vanish. Because I could just delete everything and shut up, right? Just go away.
But that's not you.
That's not me, and I think that God would be disappointed in me. So I think God's given me this platform to tell the truth, so I'm going to do it. Or the second thing is I could sell out to the system. I could cut.
It's also not you.
It's not me. I could sell to the system, say what they want me to say, promote the things they want me to promote, sell shit to kids, be a piece of shit, and then they'll let me live.
But then you just remove the only thing that you do own, and it's your soul.
Absolutely.
And you don't want them to take that away.
No, exactly. I need to keep something.
Yeah.
So it ain't worth giving that up for a bit more money, because I have unlimited money anyway.
Yeah, but plus, every time you swipe that card when you're gone, you're like, fuck my life, dog. This is a...
Oh, completely. What do you have if you don't look in the mirror and be like, yeah, I did the right thing? Then what do you even have?
Oh, boom. Not pride, but integrity.
Okay. Well, we could link the two. You look in the mirror and be proud of yourself. But it's interesting. No, but it's interesting the points you've made. It's given me something to think about. It's certainly true. But that's why I'm gearing up for war so heavily, because this war, when people ask me why I don't try and avoid it in the two ways we just described, I don't think most people understand that this war is coming for everyone. It can't be avoided. You're either going to become someone like me who's fighting against it, the counterculture, or you're going to buy into it and be a victim of it. I don't think any man who wakes up and accepts the garbage that the Matrix tells them, that yeah, it's okay to be depressed, like we just talked about, yeah, you should be running around doing perkies and Adderall and consuming porn and sleeping with a bunch of hoes, and yeah, go to school and get an education and get in debt, and then go get a mortgage and get in debt, and then 9 to 5 and just slave away, and you'll be retired when you're 74, it's going to be fine. All the things they push, all the standardized mechanisms that a man's supposed to live his life by, I believe lead to crippling depression and sadness anyway. I don't think that makes anyone happy. So this war is twofold. You can either fight against the system.
You only got 4 troops. Sick.
And be its enemy like I am, or you can accept the system, and then you're going to be fighting against yourself in your head, because now you're your own enemy, because you listen to the system and you hate yourself and you hate your life. Yeah. So what do you want to do? If you can't avoid fighting, do you want to turn on yourself, or do you want to turn on your enemy? Every single part of me is on my team. My mind, my hands, my feet, everything, my teeth, you name it. If it goes to war, I've got every single weapon at my disposal. So when people say to me, why am I fighting this war? I say, you're in the war too. You're just going to be a casualty of it. You're going to be a forgotten name. You're not even a name. You're going to be a number. In wars, it's interesting. In wars, if you look at any war, they'll talk about 12,000 people died here. And one of them was this guy. There's names and there's numbers. So if you're going to go to war, you can decide, do you want to be a name or a number? Because people are going to die. People are going to die regardless. And this is why I teach the things I teach. I say to men, listen, you need to become as strong as possible. You need to make a bunch of money. You need to prepare. You need to have 7 passports in 7 different countries. And you need to start sitting there getting paranoid and panicking and getting things done. This is why I push masculine excellence, because when they come for you, when they come for us all, if you have no weapons to defend yourself, you're going to be one of the 12,000 in the ditch. So at least when they kill me, they know who they killed. At least they'll say they killed 12,000 men and Andrew Tate. Yeah. At least I get that. You have to aim for something. But this war can't be avoided, and everyone at home doesn't seem to realize
Here's the thing that, like, I'm going to put you a little bit at ease and scare you at the same time.
I'm ready.
They killed Jesus, dude. You know what I mean? Like, if you think about it, they killed God.
Yeah.
Obviously, he wanted it to happen.
People say to me, why?
Oh, that's funny.
What is?
Oh, I didn't know that George Janko was one of those guys.
What is?
Come here. They're talking about the Matrix, and then George Janko. Oh, he's one of us.
Oh, one of George Janko, like the dude off of the
Logan Paul.
Yeah,
he's one of my
podcasts.
Here, wait. Let me see if I can find it. But they're talking about the Matrix, the people who control the world.
Yeah.
And he's like, just think about it. They killed Jesus.
They killed Jesus.
And I was like, oh, he's one of us. He's one of me.
That's fucking awesome. They killed Jesus.
The people who control the world. Yeah. He's one of me now. Wow.
To live his life by, I believe, lead to crippling depression and sadness anyway.
Holy shit, bro. George Janko is a Groiper, possibly? Possible Groiper? What?
Twofold. You can either fight against the system and be its enemy, like I am, or you can accept the system, and then you're going to be fighting against yourself in your head, because now you're your own enemy, because you listen to the system and you hate yourself and you hate your life. So what do you want to do? If you can't avoid fighting, do you want to turn on yourself or do you want to turn on your enemy? Every single part of me is on my team. My mind, my hands, my feet, everything, my teeth, you name it. If it goes to war, I've got every single weapon at my disposal. So when people say to me, why am I fighting this war? I say, you're in the war too. You're just going to be a casualty of it. You're going to be a forgotten name. Not even a name. You're going to be a number. In wars, it's interesting. In wars, if you look at any war, they'll talk about 12,000 people died here. And one of them was this guy. There's names and there's numbers. So if you're going to go to war, you can decide, do you want to be a name or a number? Because people are going to die. People are going to die regardless. And this is why I teach the things I teach. I say to men, listen, you need to become as strong as possible. You need to make a bunch of money. You need to prepare. You need to have 7 passports in 7 different countries. And
Hello? Almost, yeah. All right, bye. Love you.
You just start sitting there getting paranoid and panicking and getting things done. This is why I push masculine excellence, because when they come for you, when they come for us all, if you have no weapons to defend yourself, you're going to be one of the 12,000 in the ditch.
So you're gonna be numbers.
At least when they kill me, they know who they killed. At least they'll say they killed 12,000 men and Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
At least I get that. You have to aim for something. But this war can't be avoided, and everyone at home doesn't seem to realize
Here's the thing that, like, I'm going to put you a little bit at ease and scare you at the same time.
I'm ready.
They killed Jesus, dude.
Oh! Bro! George Janko is one of us. Possible Groiper, bro. Possible Groiper. Oh, they're talking.
Obviously, he wanted.
Oh, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Hey, man. This
He's
is
just like me.
The way of life.
Oh, absolutely.
This is the way of life, and I don't sit around anymore, and I don't fear it. And when you talk about pride, and you talk about all the stuff that we were talking about, I found this new confidence where I walk in a room and I just own it immediately. And it's a new way of thinking. My confidence comes with the Lord. Every room I walk into, this meeting, I said, God, you go before me. You take my tongue. You take my mind, you take my body. When you walk into a room and you have this type of faith, hypothetically, say I'm an idiot. Say I am completely a nutcase. I guarantee you I outworked the old George that didn't have that faith.
Oh, absolutely. And you can also apply the same to fighting. Like if you look at the Islamic fighters, they say, all glory to God. God's already decided. I'm just going to go in there.
Bro, I can't believe that George Janko's on that shit. They're talking about the Matrix, the people who control the world. Oh, bro. Damn, bro. People are waking up to it. That shit's crazy. Oh, I wonder if this is gonna be clipped on like some drama show, like being like, "He said this and that." I bet it will too. What? I can't believe that he did.
And by the way, that's scary.
It's super scary.
Yo, if you walk into a dude and he's just super.
Wait.
I said, God, you go before me. You take.
Say to men, listen, you need to become as strong as possible. You need to make a bunch of money. You need to prepare.
It was pretty funny too, because Andrew Tate was like sitting there after he said it, and Andrew Tate's just eyes went up, and he was like, just smiled, and he's like, yeah.
He's like, I'm
He was like,
used for this one, like that face.
yeah, he's like, oh wow. He's like, I didn't expect that out of him, but yes. It was hilarious.
Seven passports in 7 different countries, and you just start sitting there getting paranoid and panicking and getting things done. This is why I push masculine excellence, because when they come for you, when they come for us all, if you have no weapons to defend yourself, you're going to be one of the 12,000 in the ditch.
So you're gonna be numbers.
At least when they kill me, they know who they killed. At least they'll say they killed 12,000 men and Andrew Tate. At least I get that. You have to aim for something. But this war can't be avoided, and everyone at home doesn't seem to realize
Here's the thing that, like, I'm going to put you a little bit at ease and scare you at the same time.
Yeah, I'm gonna re-listen to this.
it's interesting. No, but it's interesting the points you've made. It's given me something to think about. It's certainly true. But that's why I'm gearing up for war so heavily, because this war, when people ask me why I don't try and avoid it in the two ways we just described, I don't think most
Bro,
people
why is
this
everyone
war
letting fucking
it can't be avoided. You're either
letting
gonna become someone like me who's fighting against it, the counterculture,
Orange
or
bully
you're
'em.
gonna buy into it and be a victim of it. I don't think any man who wakes up and accepts the garbage that the Matrix tells them, that yeah, it's okay to be depressed, like we just talked about. Yeah, you should be running around doing perkies and Adderall and consuming porn and sleeping with a bunch of hoes, and yeah, go to school and get an education and get in debt, and then go get a mortgage and get in debt, and then 9 to 5
and get in debt.
and you'll be retired when you're 74.
Yeah, they're talking about getting in debt and shit too.
Standardized mechanisms that a man's supposed to live his life by, I believe, lead to crippling depression and sadness anyway. I don't think that makes anyone happy. So this war is twofold. You can either fight against the system and be its enemy like I am, or you can accept the system, and then you're going to be fighting against yourself in your head, because now you're your own enemy, because you listen to the system and you hate yourself and you hate your life. So what do you want to do? If you can't avoid fighting, do you want to turn on yourself, or do you want to turn on your enemy? Every single part of me is on my team. My mind, my hands, my feet, everything, my teeth, you name it. If it goes to war, I've got every single weapon at my disposal. So when people say to me, why am I fighting this war? I say, you're in the war too. You're just going to be a casualty of it. You're going to be a forgotten name. Not even a name. You're going to be a number. In wars, it's interesting. In wars, if you look at any war, they'll talk about 12,000 people died here. And one of them was this guy. There's names and there's numbers. So if you're going to go to war, you can decide, do you want to be a name or a number? Because people are going to die. People are going to die regardless. And this is why I teach the things I teach. I say to men, listen, you need to become as strong as possible. You need to make a bunch of money. You need to prepare. You need to have 7 passports in 7 different countries. And you just start sitting there getting paranoid and panicking and getting things done. This is why I push masculine excellence, because when they come for you, when they come for us all, if you have no weapons to defend yourself,
everyone's getting pissed at Orange.
At least when they kill me, they know who they killed. At least they'll say they killed 12,000 men and Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
At least I get that. You have to aim for something. But this war can't be avoided, and everyone at home doesn't seem to realize
Here's the thing that, like, I'm going to put you a little bit at ease and scare you at the same time.
I'm ready.
They killed Jesus, dude. You know what I mean? Like, if you think about it, they killed God. Obviously, he wanted it to happen. Thank God he did.
Oh, bro, that's so crazy.
This is
I can't believe
the way of life.
Oh, absolutely.
This is the way of life, and I don't sit around anymore, and I don't fear it. And when you talk about pride, and you talk about all the stuff that we were talking about, I found this new confidence where I walk in a room and I just own it immediately, and it's a new way of thinking. My confidence comes with the Lord. Every room I walk into, this meeting, I said, God, you go before me.
Yep.
You take my tongue, you take my mind, you take my body.
Yep.
When you walk into a room and you have this type of faith, hypothetically, say I'm an idiot. Say I am completely a nutcase. I guarantee you I outworked the old George that didn't have that faith.
Oh, absolutely. And you can also apply the same to
For
fighting.
real.
Like, if you look at the Islamic fighters, they say, all glory to God. God's already decided. I'm just going to go in there. They're so calm.
Yeah, and by the way, that's scary.
It's
dude.
super scary.
Yo, if you walk into a dude and he's just super calm,
It doesn't care.
Fuck all that. I don't even want to be here anymore.
Absolutely. Yeah, like if I were to agree, and if I were to do a fight now, I know that it's in God's hands. So I'd be as calm. I'd be nervous, of course, and I'd want to be nervous, but I'd know, like, look, this is in God's hands. God's already decided. Allah is the best of planners. He will decide if I need to win and destroy this man, or if I need to lose and learn a lesson. Then it's
But
up to
that's
God.
working off of fear, not faith. Faith is so beautiful when you could use it, and fear is such a poison, bro. And I don't know if you've really hung out with people that have fear. It's an addictive personality.
Oh, it's sticky.
It's very sticky.
Yeah.
Very sticky. Have you ever watched something on TikTok or Instagram and then all day you're just thinking about it and you're like, this motherfucker can't leave my brain, dude. I am now limiting myself on what I'm absorbing.
Bro, I don't talk. I want to make this very clear.
Bro, I have to look up and see if anyone has written about this or anything. George Janko, anti-Semitic. What does it say that they clashed in a heated debate? Doesn't seem like it was a very heated debate. Maybe.
Supposed to love and doing a whole bunch of things in secret. You've just subsidized monogamy and you've removed it all towards pornography and degeneracy. So then you have to sit and argue, well, why does so much degeneracy happen in the West? Is it because we are not allowing men to be more true to their instincts? This is all brand new thoughts for me, and I'm just speaking as I think. But let's look at another example, right?
Well, before, can I tap in with that? So what's your example, right? So I have an example, Christ. He gives me his way.
That goes into magenta. Oh, this game's going to be over so quickly. Holy shit, everyone is killing everyone but me. Everyone is just murdering everybody else, and I get to sit here and laugh. Don't break me, man. Just give me a second. What is up, risk takers?
All right. Huh, no one has said anything about that yet. That's crazy.
Managed to create my reality absolutely. I don't talk to anyone I don't want to talk to. If you come to me and say we can,
I wonder how far we are. All right, around 416. I'm gonna mark
like
that so that I can. I'm making that into a short.
What up?
I said I'm making that into a short while I'm watching it, and then just be like, "Wow, George Jacobs, what it was!"
Fuck yeah.
That's funny. This is turning into a pretty even match now. What's his plan here? Bro, everybody is just like, fuck Orange. They are over Orange.
For sure. Then you can get fucked. That's my life now. Because I don't need money and I don't like you. So that's who I am, right? So I've created my reality, absolutely. And the number one thing I will not do is talk to negative people. I don't want to hear, I don't care what your story is. I don't care what happened. If all you do is complain, you are not around me because it is sticky. It's sticky to you. It's sticky to the universe. It leaves a residue. I don't want to hear it. Everyone around me is happy. And not only happy, we're the kind of people, if we're in a trench and we're getting shelled, we're laughing.
Yep.
Like,
Why'd he?
Missed. That's who we are. Bro, they just hit me with the largest Matrix attack on the planet. I should be destitute and disappeared. Here I am on your podcast. I just pulled up in a brand new sports car. I'm like a cockroach. And you drop the nuke to kill everyone. The cockroach crawls out with Top G on the back. It's all hilarious, bro. It's a joke. Human trafficking for TikTok. The whole thing's a joke, but here I survive. So you have to be that person. And even my brother and I in jail, sometimes we just look at each other. We'd be sitting there in jail. And sometimes we'd look at each other and just burst out laughing. Like, this is so ridiculous. But I don't have time for negative people. And especially when negative people come out with their sub-stories, I guess I'm kind of fortunate that God has put me through so many difficult things. When people tell me their sub-stories, I'm sitting there going, is that it? You're a fuck-up because of that? You should have seen what I had to do. Like, so I don't even want to hear it. I'm uninterested in it, and you're right. You have to be careful who you're around because you are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with.
Yeah, you are who you hang out with. Dude, there's a reason why God says sheep. We're sheep. We're all sheep, bro. I don't need to bring up my past, but my behaviors were intolerable because of the people around me.
Oh, absolutely.
You are who you hang out with. My father would tell me that all the time. He'd be like, hey, cut it out, bro. You need to stop hanging out with these people that are bringing you down.
You know what's interesting about that point before we move on? It's really interesting that people understand. I've never met somebody who
Fuck
disagrees with
him.
the point. You are
I don't
the
even
person
care.
you
I was
spend-
just
you are
pissed
the
at
son of
that
the people
guy.
You spend the most time with.
Yeah.
Everyone agrees with that, but then they hang around with dickheads.
Well, you know
why? Where's the disconnect between those 2 points?
Because people like for other people to feel bad for them. They hang on to that. That's their identity.
Sympathy.
Yeah, it's their identity.
What's their favorite?
What technology does is it starts out as something useful, but it usually ends up so altering the human experience that it becomes something that we can't really conceive of living without. I think one of the things that Scripture really calls into question is the goodness of progress. Not to say that progress couldn't be good, but the progress as we get it actually might be
Bro,
falling.
this is so weird. Look at how perfect of a game this is right now.
That's insane.
Oh, fuck. Oh, why did he go down that way? Oh, I get it. I get it. Ooh. Fuck yes. This is good for me. This is good for me.
Favorite emotion? Sympathy. Like we said earlier, their favorite emotion is sympathy. They're looking for sympathy. That's what they want. That's what makes them feel good. That's their favorite food. You have to choose what your favorite food is. My favorite food, I'll be honest with you, and I actually respect, and you give me a lot to think about. And without being arrogant, at my echelon, it's not often I sit down with somebody and they say something that makes me think. But you've given me something to think about, and genuinely, I'm going to think about it. But my favorite food is pride. I do, and I don't know if that's a bad thing, but I love when my woman comes to me and goes, you know what? You just fix everything. They had you in jail, Andrew. You were supposed to be done. They're lying about you all over the MSM. They're saying you're a human trafficker. They stole all your money. They froze all your banks. Why am I on a jet with roses? Because I'm the top G. That's why. Because I'm that guy. She's like, you've just never failed. I've never seen you fail. So correct. I do not fail.
I have something to tell you. And just randomly, I just learned about this, and it fits you so well.
Sure.
I read it again in the Bible. Okay? There's going to be so many people that are like, but yeah, I don't give a shit.
No, but that's what the knowledge is. My grandma is from Alabama, and she's a strict Christian. And she's from Alabama, like down the sticks, middle of dirt mud, Alabama. And she, one of my aunts is a lawyer. And I remember my aunt, sorry to interrupt you. My aunt
No, I love this.
My aunt had a big court case coming up. And she'd spend half her time studying the case and half her time studying the Bible. And I remember being in her house. I must have been about 7 or 8 years old. And my mother asked her name is Liz, Liz, why are you reading the Bible so often? And she said, because that's where all the answers are.
Amen.
Yeah. So it's good that you keep referencing it. Yeah.
Like, I reference it because if I reference myself, I'm just leading you down a shit path.
Yeah.
And a lot of people get so annoyed. Like, you think you're so holier than thou. You think you're perfect. Then you're not listening to me.
Yeah.
I'm a filthy dummy. And I'm trying to get myself out of it.
Yeah.
Matthew asks Jesus, I don't get it, man. Why are you talking to them in parables? And Jesus says, because you were given access to understand. So check this out. You just said, now I'm thinking about the pride thing. I think that you weren't supposed to think about the pride thing. I think God needed you to think this way. But I think now you're moving on to a different season.
Absolutely.
So I think you might need to reevaluate your tactics.
And we change every day.
Yeah.
And that's the whole point of trials and tribulations and conversations. And that's the whole point of perspicacity in the first place. A lot of people lack it. Feedback is such an important thing. And feedback comes from life and from all areas. And we actually talked about this. I talked about this inside of my war room. I've got a private organization, the War Room, where people can join, and it's a masculine network. It's kind of like a boys' club, kind of like guys, and we talk about making money and fitness and all these other things. But we were speaking, and a couple of the high-level War Room guys said, Andrew, I want to learn to speak like you do. The way you talk on podcasts is why they're so monumentally successful. I want to speak like you do. How do you practice? How often do you practice? And I tried to explain to him. I said, brother, you're 42 years old. I'm 36 years old. You've been speaking longer than me. So it's not about practice. The difference between you and I is I pay attention and I make sure that I get feedback. So if I do a podcast, I will watch it back and write down every time I made a mistake or every time I could have used a different word. I will sit there and actually analyze my work to get better.
You reflect.
I reflect. If you don't reflect and you just speak, you stay shit.
Reed told me, he goes, I've never met a man, and by the way, I didn't even notice about this. Like, have you ever seen, like, something you do all the time, you just don't even notice it, and then somebody tells you and it fucks you up, you're like, oh, damn, dude, I do that. I over-reflect a lot. But here's the thing, dude. I realized this. As soon as he mentioned this to me, I realized how other motherfuckers do not reflect. At all. They'd rather watch other people than watch their fucking mouth, bro. That video where Jack Dorsey had a security guard and everybody was so mad at my opinion on it. Here's the thing, dude. Bad things happen. If you get punched in the face because of a security guard, yeah, he's wrong for that. But why the fuck are you talking up to a dude 8 times your size when he's angry? Do you have no common sense? Have you never been punched in the face before? 100%. You didn't try to de-escalate it. You were talking and getting mouthy. Some people need to get hit in the face for them to understand.
Abrasive.
Yeah.
It's true. Some people only learn the hard way, especially men. God's actually very nice. Because I believe God gives us a whole bunch of chances to learn a lesson the easy way.
It's called life.
Of course. He'll give you, think of
Bro, I just played dumb on this game. I just played dumb on this game so that I could make it look like I was attacking one person. So I could make it look like I was attacking one person to one person, make it look like I accidentally attacked the person.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's pretty funny. Ooh. I just need to gain troops. This is kind of a bad position I'm in right now.
harshest lesson. You don't even have to say what it is, but think of the harshest lesson you've had in the last few years. And think of how many times you had the easy way to learn that lesson. You could have just stopped being a dickhead before it got bad.
Like that.
Think how many times you could have just woke up and go, nah.
Yeah.
But we don't, do we?
Nope.
We wake up like, we got away with it. It's fine. And then bam, you get hit. There's only two ways to learn lessons, hard and harder. If you're smart, you take it the hard way. Real idiots take it the hardest way.
Yeah.
But there's no easy way to learn lessons. So you're right. I agree with everything you say, and that's how God teaches anyway. That's how God is always going to teach, because God is a disciplinarian love. I think it says, someone said this to me, I think in school you learn things and then you're given a test, but with God you're given the test and then you learn things, and that's the way it works. That's why I was even in jail in the first place. That's what I was there for, to learn. That's why I went.
You're being sharpened.
Of course, I'm being sharpened. And you said earlier about me moving on to a new stage, a new evolution, and I hope that is true. I hope that the 50-year-old version of me thinks the 36-year-old version of me was an idiot.
I think he's going to be a lot more calmer.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I like to consider myself pretty smart, so if I'm even smarter, that's great. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I will be calmer. But it's all about reflection and self-reflection and looking back, and that's what we were saying earlier, because most people do not self-reflect on their actions ever. And you nailed it with the reap what you sow. And they don't understand why they end up where they end up. And they think it's someone else's fault.
They're like, I can't get anywhere in life. I'm like, yeah, because you work your 9 to 5. When you come home, you smoke weed and play PlayStation.
Why does everyone hate me? Because you do dumb shit and you make bad decisions.
People want the glory but no work.
Oh, you tell me about it.
Yeah.
Not just the glory and no work. They want the glory and no heat. I'll tell you something, man. If you ever end up, and I pray that you don't, in a precarious legal situation, you'll see all the people who want to hang around you when you're famous and when you can get girls, when you can go out and when you can pay bills, all that, they want to hang around for that. But the second their name gets brought up in this heat that you're in, ooh, they don't want the heat. No, people want the good. People want the good without the bad.
Hey man, everybody has a Judas.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yep.
Tell me about it.
And you know what you said? I pray I'm not in it. I pray I'm in anything that God wants me to be a part of.
And you'll
Based.
survive because your mind's right.
Yeah. Your father used to talk about death a lot.
Yep.
God forbid something does happen to you.
Yep.
What do you want to be known for?
Firstly, I would never kill myself. I like to make that clear. I would never kill myself.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I'm like, I never said you would.
No.
But you're stating that just in case.
I would never kill myself.
Gotcha.
Under any circumstances, no matter what they say. And I think I'll be remembered for somebody who was brave, because I know the danger I'm in if I continue to talk. And when I say this, just like when I used to say about the Matrix and how they lie to us all during COVID, people didn't believe me. I want people to understand the situation I'm currently in. I am the most popular person on the planet amongst the masculine youth, which is the most feared demographic of any country, of any nation. You need them heavily psyoped for a few reasons. One, if a bunch of masculine youth get together, it's not a demonstration, it's a revolution. That's the first thing. If women start complaining with picket boards, it's a demonstration. If masculine youth get together, it's a revolution.
Then you're dangerous because you don't even have a country.
Correct. All of them.
Yeah, well,
across the country,
shit.
across the world.
So they probably thought you were a terrorist.
Well, I could be. And that's what they're afraid of. So let's continue. So I have the #1 demographic the Matrix needs to psyop. One, because of the revolutionary thing. Two, because you need them, they're the backbone of the slave force. You need them to build the roads. You need them to do the real work for low pay. They're the backbone of the slave force. They do the worst, hardest jobs for the shittest money, and they're the most depressed and most unhappy.
What is he doing here?
Because they ain't got a Lambo, and they're sitting there depressed and unhappy, working their ass off, paying their...
In a world where women's sports is being transformed, the Daily Wire calls foul with the most...
taxes. You need those men psyoped. You don't want me coming along saying there's another way. And third, you need them to die in the military. You need these people. And I'm sitting here speaking to the exact people they don't want me speaking to. UK schools have banned me. My name cannot be mentioned in school in the UK or you get detention, you get punished.
What are you talking about?
My name can't be banned. Google Andrew Tate banned English schools. In England, if a child or a student says my name, they are reprimanded.
That doesn't make sense to me. How is there so much garbage in the world that is legitimately evil, and you could talk about it? Let me give an example. I don't think any man or woman should ever have the right to have their voice be taken. Let me give an example. I love Jesus. If somebody came up to me, flick me off and be like, F your God, blah, 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 this is that. Guess what? Hey, man, that's okay.
Yeah.
You have every right to say that.
Yeah.
So how is it even allowed?
Well, that's the thing. So we go down this path where we talk about how
How is the mass not seeing that? That's a huge problem.
Well, this is the thing, and
Yeah.
that's why I talk about the fact that I'm afraid of assassination, and some people think I'm exaggerating. I'm banned from being discussed in British schools. They feel like my name being mentioned in and of itself is detrimental, and they ban my entire name. The problem is this. If I have huge control over the masculine youth, which the Matrix fear, I'm banned from schools. I'm discussed in UK Parliament as a problem. You get to a certain point, and there is a level you can reach which is considered a national security threat. You just said terrorism. National security threats. Do you know what happens once you're deemed a national security threat? All bets are off.
Yeah, they're gonna murder you.
Oh, all bets are off. If you're a national security threat, they just shoot you. If a terrorist turns up, what do? You shoot him, right? So I'm teetering on the edge of national security threat, and I'm trying very hard not to. I'm going on podcasts and talking about God, motivation, doing the right thing, working hard, respecting your parents, loving your woman. I'm talking about all the good things, but I'm in this situation now where I'm so immensely popular. When I was in jail, people started planning demonstrations and riots, and from jail, I was like, no, don't do that. If people start burning buildings, they're never gonna let me out.
Yeah.
They're gonna keep me in there forever. Like, no, just write emails happily. Like, just stop.
Happily, dude. Happily.
But it's true. You know, it's scary. You're
But
in this
also, you
position.
want to teach men how to do it the right way. And I think when people are like, we got to fight for this cause, let's burn this lady's car. To me, that's ridiculous.
Of course.
There's a. I don't know how we even got to a place where rioting is even a thing for.
But this is another thing that's scary about power and influence, right? If I were to send a message on Twitter right now with a location and say I'm going to be there in 2 days, with no promotion, no money, I wouldn't have to build a sexy video, nothing. There would be thousands and thousands of boys there. Is there one idiot? Probably. Is there one moron? I bet. Of course there is. There's a more. If you get a group of anybody, you're going to get one moron.
Yeah.
If that moron does something wrong, and he's been at my rally a few weeks before, whose fault is it?
Dude, I just said this and I got smoke for saying this. When Kai had his meetup, I wasn't angry at Kai, but I was trying to let them know that famous people nowadays have a little bit more access because we could just go straight to the phone. If you're in the 90s, TV shows, you watch them on the sitcom. But now because we could just dial right into your phone, if Kai goes, hey, I'm going to be in New York. Now, he never said burn New York. He never said break the cars. He never told anybody to do that. In fact, he wanted to just show up and have a great time with the people that love him. He had a great heart for it. But he has to take responsibility for that because none of those problems would have happened if he didn't tweet, I'm going to be there.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? So you have that level of responsibility to a degree is scary. And Kai, he's young, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's young, yeah.
But he's, by the way, great kid. And the people were getting so mad at saying that I'm a huge fan of Kai. I love his content. I love his heart. Every time I see him, he has a great smile. And he's a great soul. I was just saying, you have to be, with great power comes what?
Great responsibility.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah, no, and you're completely right. So then you have to tie all that in. So I am scared about the fact that someday someone's going to say, you know what, this guy's causing too much problems.
Oh man.
Why wouldn't they
Can
do
he
that
just
already?
Do I think that I can win this if I take
this crash? Can we just get rid of this guy?
if I
It
just
fixes a
take
lot of issues.
orange
And then
or
you have to sit and say, is my
blue
life
out
worth more
right
than the trouble I'm
now?
causing?
Do I think I can do this?
So
fuck it.
you do
Let's
get
try
to a
it.
position where it's scary, and then you have to sit and decide, well, do I want to sell my soul to the devil and cuck? Or do I want to just shut up and disappear, which is also cucking? Or do you want to live for something? And do you want to die as a name as opposed to a number? And I've made that decision, and I'll continue to do what I believe is best, but I think that
I feel so bad because he helped me out so much.
But I do believe the Matrix is cracking. I do believe now we live in an internet where you can say things you couldn't say 2 years ago. Where information is different.
Pendulum.
Oh, it's swinging. It's swinging. And I feel like I'm a huge part of that.
Dude, I'm not here to gas you up because then I just look like the guy is sucking up to you. Again, there's a lot of things we disagree on, so I'm not sucking up to you. But I don't think anybody had the balls that you had.
Oh, absolutely. I went guns blazing at them, at the Matrix. And I went guns blazing at them. And I said on an earlier podcast, I said, this is a 3-stage plan. The Note Boys asked me, and they said, you became the most famous man in the world. You became the most Googled person on the planet. Every single TikTok video is you. Why did you do this? I said, this is a 3-stage plan. Stage 1 was to become the most known person on the planet, and Stage 2 was to get canceled. That's how you put a crack in the dam, for everybody to know who I am, and then know I'm canceled and try and find me somewhere else. And now,
Oh shit! So you wanted to get canceled to show that that doesn't even matter.
and I'm now bigger than ever before.
So technically,
See, I
dude,
wanted to
this song
place
has been
my
sung
person
before
there.
when Jesus
Damn
died
it.
and came back.
Well, there's also.
And
been
by the way, I'm not comparing you to Jesus.
No, but
I want everybody to
this
make sure.
song's also been this song has also been sung. I don't know if it was Aristotle or Socrates. It was one of them who was assassinated for corrupting the masculine youth. So this song has also been sung. One of them, I can't remember which one, was put to death because they said he corrupted the masculine youth because he told them not to join the army. So it's scary, right? But part 2 was to get canceled because I believed when I came up with this whole idea, when I sat there and I became religious, because I realized there's so much evil in the world, God must exist. You can't equal an opposite force.
Light
That's
has
science.
darkness,
Light
darkness
has a
has
darkness.
light,
And
yeah.
I see so much pure evil. The devil must be real, which means God must be real. And I sat there and I decided, please remember, before I became massively overtly famous, I already had plenty of money. I didn't
And
need money. I
attack
didn't do any of it. When I came up with my plan and I worked with the War Room and we put together a 1-year plan
Let's
to become
try
the most
this.
famous man on the planet, and I pulled it off and I did it. And my plan was to get canceled. And the reason was because I knew that the Matrix the Dam had a bunch of
All right,
pressure.
let's
behind
see
it.
if
Everyone
he-
was tired of the censorship. But when you get
Let's
canceled,
see
you
if
vanish.
he
And I
can
said,
beat
there's so
me.
much pressure behind the Dam. The crack it needs is for someone to get canceled and stay relevant or become more relevant than before. Then people won't be afraid of getting canceled anymore. So then they'll
everybody-
start to talk. And when I got canceled, and then I moved to Rumble, and I put together the whole big Rumble thing, and I put together my final message, and I said my unmatched perspicacity coupled with sheer indefatigability makes me a feared opponent in any realm of human endeavor.
right,
And I sat
depends
down with
on
Patrick
what-
Bet-David and I said, they fucked up. They shouldn't have deleted me. They sitting around thinking they've got rid of me. They made a mistake. And then the Matrix got pissed off. I got bigger, so they threw me in jail, which made me bigger. So, like, all of this...
Oh, so maybe that's why they don't want to assassinate you, dude.
But that's the final solution.
I know, but
I shut up. But I shut up.
But think about all the people that get assassinated, bro. Like
They become Mars. You know, it's interesting. I won't say who, but a very famous and very intelligent right-wing commentator said to me, when I was talking to him about all of this, and he agreed with every single word I said, he said, the only way out is through. You have to get so big they're scared to kill you. It's the only way, or they're going to get rid of you. If you stay in the middle, you're going to go. You have to get so big that killing you will cause the problems they don't want you to cause alive.
Do you ever think? Have you ever read Job?
No.
Job
Book
is a
of
man,
Job?
and the devil comes up to him and he goes, "Of course, he worships you. You gave him everything."
Yeah, yeah.
And God goes, "Okay, fine, go test him, but you can't take his life. You can do anything you
Oh,
want,
he might
this is-
win.
I think I carry on, but I think
but
I
you
know.
can't take his life." And he does. And so, the tactic is, we got to remember that life is held in God's hands, not the devil's hands. So this whole entire demons or these matrix or anything that they want, as much as powerful as we all think they are, they only move when God wants them to move.
I agree with
And when I came to this industry, my mom said one thing, because I was scared. I was scared of the Illuminati. I was scared of all this stuff. And my mom hit me with a reference that had to do with my industry. And she goes, if God says action, who has the authority to say cut?
I love that.
You want to take a quick smoke break and then come back, because I have to pee really bad, and I haven't even touched my notes. Okay. Oh, God,
Part 2. That's crazy. I did not expect for... Oh, I think he's gonna win, but oh man, I didn't even get good cards. Damn, he won. He's gonna kill me now. I shouldn't have went for... I shouldn't have went for blue that early. I was gaining more troops than he was, so I could have went for blue and then... All right. Well, that was a good stream. Fucking, I guess we found out that George Janko is into the JQ a little bit, so that's cool to hear. That's cool to hear. A lot of people are like waking up to it. It's pretty crazy. Like, you hear shit like that where they just, like, subtly say something. They don't say it outright, you know? But they are waking up to it. It's pretty crazy. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow.